everybody. Welcome back to some more Final Fantasy. Yeah. I guess we are just gonna be doing some more MSQ today, since that's basically just what I'm doing currently. Let's see. I should probably make sure that's turned back on. Okay, so let's see. Yesterday, after I finished up the stream, I actually went ahead and this loads. I went ahead and basically got rank 2 in current area and got the mount speed. Other? Ah, yeah, and basically got the grinding map so we can move a little bit faster. And I did end up exploring a little bit simply because I used to get some more fates, and one of those were over here, which this area actually looks really nice over here. But didn't really get to explore it a whole lot. I'm assuming we're probably going to do that more during the MSQ, probably. Guess we'll see. I am having a problem reading your name due to my chat window basically being dark and your name being dark, but welcome to the stream, the killer Kensu, I'm assuming it's pronounced. Yeah, welcome to the stream. I'm about to do some more Endwalker MSQ. So let's see. Let's turn that on. Oh, and I just saw something on the mark board. Nice. So let's see, a taste of the moon. And we're gonna get some purple carrot juice. I feel like it's been a while since we last got some food. Or actually, now that I think about it, we did get some Archon loaf and the Merlassi during the start of Endwalker, so I guess that's something we got. But it has been, it's like level 80 quest, I believe, or something like that. In Discord. Ah, it's Nini. Okay. Yeah, welcome to the stream.
Right, then. Now that you're here, we need you to teach us all you can about your people, and quickly. It won't be long before the final days are upon us in all their terrible grandeur, so it is imperative that we be prepared to receive our passengers to be. If there is anything at all, that may displease them, it must be addressed post-haste. And address it we shall. Here at Best Ways Borough, we have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward.
God, that's why it's called this.
Ahem. We have produced myriad amenities we understand to be essential for day-to-day living, and I wish to hear your opinions on them. I'm sure you've all worked up an appetite, so why don't we start with foodstuffs? Meet me at the Caratorium, and we'll see about filling your bellies.
Okay.
She does not want for enthusiasm. The notion of Aetheri's rotting to its core being a matter of course is rather concerning, though. Nevertheless, let us take this opportunity to learn more of the Leporids and this vessel.
So I believe it's over this way? Yep. Caratorium. Or how you pronounce that? Guys, I still love the fact that you can just jump from anywhere and not die. It's so nice when exploring. Unless you have enemies on you, in which case it's certain death. This place also looks fucking beautiful. Glowing crystals and everything. Does look like, yep, there are enemies here. Hmm.
Welcome to the Caratorium. Here we create prototypes of the various sundries required by our soon-to-be passengers. Allow me to introduce the head of foodstuff production.
Cooking way.
Cooking way. Pleasure to meet you all.
These like all of these names are so silly. Like the fact that it's just like something you do, I guess a verb, and then way. Hey there, vehicle. Welcome to the stream.
Our work has involved no small amount of trial and error, but after many cycles of painstaking labor, I dare say we have created the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. I've learned all about the essential nutrients for a healthy and balanced diet from the reference materials we received. Why, I've practically worn the words from those invaluable pages. Naturally, we've also considered ease of growth and production. We will not want for ingredients. I must insist you try some. We have fresh stock recently prepared on account of, well, because we just woke up, and we're all quite famished. Hop along the platforms here, and you'll find a storage unit full to bursting with delectable delights. Help yourself to anything you like.
Sing up that way. Maybe? There? Might be up this way, or it could be down on the ground. I honestly don't know. God, why is it such a problem for me to get up these steps? It is up here. Blasting away. That's just a bunch of colored carrots.
You open the storage unit and find a rainbow-colored assortment of carrots.
The unassuming orange carrot, the peculiar-looking blue carrot, the vibrant color yellow carrot, the ominous crimson carrot. Take a moment to reconsider. You know, oh, you feel like those steps weren't made for us? Yeah. Definitely weren't made for us. Let's take the blue
The
one.
blue variety is strangely supple to the touch and smells vaguely of mint. Its excessive length and girth only adds to the dubiousness of this called carrot.
Sure, that one.
On second thought, you elect to simply take an obscenely large carrot for now. Due to its bizarre qualities, it would be prudent to ask Cookingway whether it is safe to eat first.
Good point. So the large carrot. Even Vieira are like to swoon at the sight of so grand a carrot that or be offended by all those who assume that they would. There.
So, did any of our selections set your mouth to watering? Ah yes, a fine choice. One of my personal favorites, actually. Please, dig in. I'm eager to hear what you think.
Okay.
With great trepidation, you take a bite out of the carrot. You are taken by surprise when blue juices burst forth from the carrot and dribble down your chin. As you take your second bite, you can feel your mental faculties sharpening. Your mind opens to the universe, and for a brief moment the mysteries of existence are simple, transformative truths, but the revelation is fleeting. When you at last finish the carrot, a sweet yet sour aftertaste lingers on your tongue, and the number 42 in your mind.
Of course they had to make a fucking 42 reference. I'm forgetting where that's from exactly. I think it might be like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy or something. I'm forgetting exactly where it's from, but I know it's a reference from like some other media. It's supposed to basically be the answer to live universe and everything, or something like that. Okay, Philosopher's Carrot. Find your mind in is suddenly much sharper than usual. Okay.
What did you think? Unlike anything you've ever tasted, yes. The philosopher's carrot improves mental fortitude. Something of a shock at first bite, but it's well worth the enhanced powers of cognition. We have plenty of other varieties, too. Bleeding carrots to improve blood flow, dream carrots to help with sleep. So you see, we have a carrot for every occasion.
These carrots are extraordinary, but what if I don't like carrots? You can certainly see a demand for this in Shalia. True. Let's go with the first one.
Then why do you seem so disappointed? If they're lacking somehow, we need to know.
I take it you two had a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and not else? If I may ask, what exactly did these collaborators share with you about cuisine on Etheres? Surely you are aware we have an abundance of dishes and foods you could emulate?
Of course we are. But, well, it was only quite recently that we established contact. Even holding a conversation was a struggle at first, so imagine our surprise when they sent a mountain of books and documents with no clear instructions. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't for that encyclopedia I found, we would have been at a loss where to begin. And so we decided, rather than divide our resources to prepare a variety of middling and potentially unsatisfying meals, it would be more efficient to devote our efforts to the production of a single perfect food. That's all well and good, but man cannot live on raw carrots alone. Have you considered cooking them? You mean steaming, boiling, roasting, and the like? I suppose we could prepare the carrots in other ways. But our primary concern was efficiency, and what's more efficient than sinking your teeth into a carrot fresh from production? A rather strange approach to take for one named Cookingway, isn't it? Well, technically speaking, Cookingway isn't my given name. When first created, we were all named in the old tongue, you know, that otherwise impenetrable parlance the Watcher speaks. After we received a great tome of words, a dictionary, that is, from our collaborators, we learned your language. Adverbs, gerunds, present continuous verb conjugations. Just the basics. Then, we found the terms related to our given tasks, and used them to form new names. Aren't they helpful? No, not really. But it does explain a great deal.
Stick me in the stew. Also do that.
Wherefore didst thy kind deem such a change necessary? When the rest of your people arrive, we want to be certain they understand immediately what each of us does. You'd never be able to pronounce our original names anyway. I see.
There.
I hope our critiques, such as they are, were helpful to you. Though if you should decide to preserve flora and fauna from Etheres as well, you would be able to offer the passengers a more balanced diet.
Yeah, you're glad these buns don't talk the ancients' language. That would be very annoying in the long run, because while I don't mind the language too much, it just gets annoying when you have to listen to it for like extended periods of time.
Until such a day, one I pray comes sooner than later, it would appear there is naught but carrots on the menu.
You also get some carrot juice, because I guess they are able to make that. Now notice that it's actually purple. Let's see. Find it very grating and annoying after half a minute. Yeah. Let's see, what does this actually say? A hearty and healthful beverage prepared from the pulp of purple carrots and pixie apples. Okay. Oh. Style the hero. Some new pants, I believe.
I think we've had our fill of carrots for now. Let's move on to other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is sure to impress. This way.
see, so that is in the bottom of the curatorium. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it at least. Just gonna avoid the rabbit robots. Or boarders / caretakers. Why are those actually hostile? Doesn't really make any sense to me at least. Another thing about it, I should probably start trying to look for the ether currents here.
Here we are, the apparel production station. We've chosen to employ more traditional methods for this task, creation magics. Hydaelyn, in her infinite wisdom, blessed us with the self-same affinity for magic her people possessed. We have other amazing talents, of course, and I know you're dying to hear about them, but I will regale you with the details another time. That said, we did run into a spot of trouble at first. Our magic alone was not sufficient to see our work done. In the end, we discovered crystallized ether was a wonderful catalyst that could provide us with the XIV we needed.
My, how resourceful.
Ah, the sweet sound of recognition. You will also be impressed to hear we've read all about your habit of changing attire to match your chosen profession. For the sake of efficiency, I presume? This has also been taken into account with our designs. But why take my word for it when you can simply try on our clothes? Make yourselves known to the workers and they will see to the rest.
Okay. So I guess we're gonna see their outfits. I'm assuming there's probably gonna be something not necessarily wrong, but unsatisfying with them in some way. I like with the carrots.
Ah, it's you. One of the visitors from XIV. Goodness me, Mappingway wasn't kidding, you really are smaller than the Watcher. Oh, right? You're here to try on a set of clothes, yes. What would you have me fashion for you today?
An outfit that embodies my bloodlust as something simple yet functional, fashionable and refined ensemble. Let's go with something simple and functional.
Simple and functional. Right. Ahem. This will only take a moment.
By that mask.
There we are. All finished. A perfect fit, if I do say so myself. Nothing too billowy or frilly, as you can see. Also light and durable, sure to serve you well wherever your travels might take you. Would you look at that? Speechless. And there I thought you may not like it? If you've a mind to try something else, why not speak with my fellow artisans? I'm sure they'd be happy to oblige. You must continue wearing these garments in order to progress. You will change back to your normal garments if you move too far away. Look to your map for the garment change area of effect. Speak with the restless Laporid to restore or prolong the garment change.
Okay. It's not exactly the best looking outfit, I gotta say. Kind of looks like it's just a mix match of gear you've just gotten from quests that you've just thrown together, not doing any sort of glamour on it.
No one said you'd be coming. How can I help you? You wish to try my clothes? Really? Of course. It would be my honor. Did you have anything in mind?
Got anything with a little more flair? Looking for clothes with an altogether different design? Surprise me. Surprise me.
I think I can handle that. Let's see.
I think that might be the point. True.
This should do. Some of my best work yet.
Okay, we'll see. This is at least a little bit more interesting, but still not really the best. I'm interested in where those like hand pieces are from.
It's a relatively new concept incorporating an idea that's never been tried with clothing before. Fragrance. Can you smell the carrots? Ah, simply divine. I was worried how the concept would turn out when put to the proof, but it looks stunning on you. Won't you go and show Living Way? I'm sure she's eager to see what we've come up with. You must continue wearing these garments in. You will change back to speak with the.
Well, oh. Okay, I'll find a Living Way then. I'm assuming that the others are also going to show up in the maybe not the best looking outfits.
My, don't we look splendid? The result of much trial and error, but I know quality work when I see it. SHHH. You needn't speak. I can see your adoration for the moon and we Laportes in your eyes. No doubt your friends feel the same having sampled our creations.
What are the others' outfits gonna be?
Sorry to have kept you waiting.
Okay, so Thinker has kind of gotten the same as I have. Almost.
They insisted we sample all of their concepts ere we returned.
Stota kind of has something that's reminiscent of her original outfit, I would say.
Verily, 'tis an ensemble most becoming.
Ryaji, do not say that you like this. Also, why those colors on the gloves? So why do we all have this mask? Silence, almost just silent.
I think it's past time we returned these clothes. I was so confident our garments would meet with your approval. Whatever are we doing wrong? The Watcher taught us that, in his time, everyone wore the same robes. To do otherwise was against social etiquette. We thought we could appeal to modern tastes by tailoring the robes to specific professions, but...
Please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. Should we resort to evacuating the people of Etheres, they will most certainly have need of your attire. 'Tis clear you spared no effort in addressing our needs, but you must understand that we are not quite so homogeneous. Speaking for myself, what I wear now better suits my tastes, even if it is of inferior make. But there are others whose choices may be influenced by traditions or personal experience. Rather than make assumptions for the whole, you must consider the individual and their potential preferences.
I fear we've underestimated the complexity and diversity of your people. Even if we'd memorized every tome we received, I doubt we'd have fared much better. Maybe we're doing you a disservice trying to shower you with our baubles and frippery, thinking it was for your benefit when you'd be better off on your own. There are some who might agree. People who prefer to keep others at arm's length, even when they know they shouldn't. As one such former fool, I'd like to ask you a question. This plan to evacuate and escape the final days, did it account for the reflections of the source as well? Not that I'm aware of. We were born of Hydaelyn's love for Etheres, and the salvation of the people on that star, and that star alone, has ever been our aim. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than to divide our efforts across 14, and risk failing them all? I suppose you're right.
Tancred's worried about Reen, I'm guessing.
Livingway, might we have leave to explore Bestway's burrow unattended? You have given us much to think about.
Why, certainly.
Until later, then.
If I may, I should like to accompany thee a while longer. Really? I mean, you're more than welcome to. There was actually something I wished to speak with you about. Let's be off then, shall we?
Yes, we're just gonna explore on our own. Perhaps. Or talks to that, yep, talks to that, Loperette.
My apologies. I wasn't trying to spy or anything. Everyone's been talking about the visitors come from Etheres, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I was excited at first, but now I'm worried. What if the people of Etheres refuse to come? What if we can't save them? It's clear we've made a mess of things. Oh, but wait. You still haven't visited the domiciles. Once you see them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is, I'm sure of it. I'll be waiting for you by the teleporter near the entrance. Oh, and the name's Growing Way, by the way. See you soon.
Okay, so back over here. I'm kind of wondering if I need to go that much up. I'm assuming it's okay. Yeah, it isn't a whole lot upward. Far.
You're here. You're really here. Thank you. Thank you so much, ER. Sorry, what should I call you? Shauna Majula, Crikey, even your names are amazing. Well, Shauna, we'll be using this teleporter to enter the residential area. Whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Readying the teleporter.
Okay, this is a voice cutscene. But
huh? Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Oh.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting. If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We will do better. But time is not on our side. final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Atheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
Hold on, I think I might just have realized something. They just said they're collaborators on the planet. Have they been working together with Shalian? That could potentially be the case, because like they said that they had basically received a bunch of that apparently for like years, I believe, they've been getting information, and Shalian has basically been working on this stuff for like over 100 years, I believe. If I remember correctly, at least. And second, like Shani has a lot of books, and they basically apparently been just sending the Loperids a bunch of books. So it wouldn't make me too out of the left field to assume that it's the Shalians. Which means that the Shalians knew about the fucking moon being a spaceship. If that's the case.
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Oh, quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Yes, it does.
Come again?
Ah, idle musings. 'Tis no trifle thou dost ask, yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
We get to hear the last of what Raja was saying, I guess.
Gosh, that was embarrassing. I promise to be more careful from now on. Since the residential quarters are closed for now, I've rerouted the teleporter to allow travel between floors instead. Hopefully it proves useful in the meantime. A shame you couldn't see it, though. You really would have liked it?
That's actually pretty useful that you can now go up and down.
You can now travel between the upper and lower floors of Bestways Borough via the teleporter.
It's gonna speed things up a little bit at least. So I guess that allows me to just skip having to run up all the stairs. Oh, we also have some blue quests now. Carrots, it's what's for dinner, and true carrot crimes. Oh, it seems like only 2 blue quests so far. Assuming it's... oh yeah, I actually haven't collected any others, so I can't see how many there are in this area. Assuming it's probably the same as usually is. All's Veil that ends Veil.
It may not seem like it, but we've been planning for this far longer than I'd care to admit. Each time we woke up, we'd have long discussions about how to save as many of you as we can. Felt like everyone had an opinion on this or that. But the one thing we all agreed upon was that the people of Etheres wouldn't take action to save themselves until it was far too late. That's why we're striving to make the moon a vibrant, magical place they'd hop at the chance to visit, rather than waiting for the flames of oblivion to get them off their tails and force them to accept our invitation. The residential quarters may not be up to the necessary standards just yet, but there are plenty of other places worth seeing. You've already had a look around the Caratorium, but wait until you see what's waiting for you at the east end of the borough. Follow me.
Let's see, I do know that there is an Aether current down here somewhere. I don't exactly remember where though. It's out to one of the sides, if I remember correctly. Southeast. It's over here. Is another a different one than the one I'm thinking of? Oh, this one is probably up above. I think the one I'm thinking of is one that's like over here. Yep. There's one right there. And yep, it's the usual amount. Kind of assuming that was probably going to be the case. Okay, so I'm supposed to go over that way. Thinking of just saving the blue quest for when I get a quest that's like, oh yeah, here's the Aether current. The last Aether current in the MSQ for this area.
Good, you're here. Through this door is Greatest Ends Vale. It was named as such because it's the veil to end all veils. The most beautiful forest you'll ever see. We understand the people of Etheres enjoy taking leisurely walks through natural spaces and the like, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it. How about we start with a nice stroll to the fountain? This way.
Okay. This place is honestly also really nice looking. It's kind of like a park in a way. So I guess it's up there. Yep.
So, what did you think of the forest? Isn't it positively pleasant? Simply sublime.
I couldn't see the forest or the trees. I didn't see any. Wait. Don't need those crystals out there are. This transcendent as burying your face in a chocobo's plumage and taking a good long whiff. This one.
Right you are. Our forest is made of crystals and constructs, dotting the landscape as far as the eye can see. Building this place was a challenge, let me tell you. Since we were born here, we've never seen trees in person before, let alone a forest. The information sent by our collaborators was quite enlightening, but after much deliberation, we decided to use crystalline constructs in place of living trees. And thanks to our atmospheric circulation system, this place produces air as clean as that you'd find in a forest on Aetheres. The fountain here behind us, powered by the rather large crystal adorning its top, plays a vital role in supplying us with fresh water. Much time and effort was spent making it the most spherical of spheres, and I dare say the unparalleled roundness speaks for itself. I enjoy nothing more than a nice, long stretch and a spot of relaxation whenever I come up here. You look like you could do with a stretch yourself.
Okay. Stretchy mode.
That's the spirit. I feel more relaxed simply watching you. A sight worth the many years spent building this place. If it's not too much to ask. It's always been a dream of mine to take a walk through this forest with someone from Aetheres. Could we maybe?
Huh?
You will? Oh, be still my quivering whiskers. Growingway is now accompanying you. You can leave Growingway be if you wish to have
All of that info. So we got a dialogue spot a bit north of here, or west of here actually, and then the actual objective. Okay, just be on the safe side, we're just gonna quickly grab this one. Ask if you can taste the rainbow crystal.
what? No. I'm not sure what it is you do with crystals on Aetheres, but we don't eat them, and certainly not this one. It's possessed of all 6 elements: wind, lightning, fire, earth, ice, and water. We use crystals like these to maintain the moon's elemental equilibrium. It's worth mentioning, though, that because of Hydaelyn's influence, being the embodiment of tranquility and stasis and all, manipulating the elements here is different than it might be on Aetheres. A conjuring of fire would sooner dry your clothes than singe them, for example. Put simply, the etheric conditions are ill-suited to growth, which is why the surface is mostly barren. Of course, this was all necessary to keep the raging energies of Zodiark in check.
Okay. Just a little bit of information there.
I was thinking, Shauna, that I could be more helpful to you by teaching you a little about the moon and what it is we do. When we were first created, the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiark, and there was absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Hydaelyn gave us our first task: furnish the moon with propulsion systems capable of facilitating travel to other stars. It sounds impressive, and I suppose in some respects it is, but it was only possible thanks to all the knowledge Hydaelyn shared with us. We also had a lot of time to get it done. 6,000 years, give or take. But anyway, let's keep going.
It's a long ass time. Okay, so that one doesn't disappear, it seems. No.
This may come as a surprise, but we didn't begin building the habitable areas until after the propulsion systems were ready. Considering how long it took, I wish we'd started sooner. Who would have thought we'd need 4,000 years to make all this? It certainly wasn't work you dare rush, either. We had to create infrastructure and countless supporting systems, some of which wouldn't be operational until hundreds of years later. And then there was that brief period where our productivity came to a screeching halt, when that bizarre red satellite was sent up from Aetheres. The Allegan's mischief, I think. We thought maybe some new, nefarious actor was colluding with Zodiark. All we could do was stand by and brace ourselves for the worst. I can't tell you how relieved we were when Hydaelyn informed us of its destruction. Oh yes, there was much joyous humming that day.
Okay.
Say, do you notice anything peculiar about the treetops? I mean, apart from the fact they're massive crystals, and not trees. I'll give you a hint, it's the golden rings emanating from the glowing spheres. Along with the device fixed near the ceiling, they fulfill a role similar to our sun, and do so better, even. The sun and similar celestial objects in the great expanse radiate energy that is harmful to your bodies. These rings shield you from that energy while allowing you to bathe in the perfect amount of sunlight. Or rather, a close approximation of it. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Oh, and if you look closely, you'll see different types of trees have ever so slightly different curvature. Yes indeed, this forest truly is the greatest.
Okay.
There was something else I wanted to tell you about. Oh, right. The propulsion systems and habitat facilities were completed around 2,000 years ago, and with that, the most important features were fit for purpose. Which was all well and good, except we still knew absolutely nothing about the present-day people of Atheres. Why not go and visit Atheres yourself, you might ask? Strictly forbidden. Were our technology or knowledge of the moon's true purpose exploited for evil ends, the results could be disastrous. Then there were a few more rejoinings, and it became increasingly difficult to converse with Hydaelyn. Fearful we might lose the ability to communicate with her altogether, we beseeched her to find people on Atheres we could trust to help. We were quite fortunate everything worked out as it did.
Assuming we're probably gonna get told who the people they have been working with are.
With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we remained asleep and waited, hopeful Hydaelyn would find someone who would help us. Eventually she did, and though her power was waning, we were able to speak to them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including our knowledge of the heavens, and a means to travel here to the moon. They certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. No more than a few years after that, our collaborators found a means to convey messages and supplies to us from down below. With all the letters, books, and other resources they sent, we learned enough to start making more meaningful changes to the moon. And now you're here, hopefully enjoying yourself as much as I am. I knew you would like Greatest Ensvale, I knew it. Thank you again for coming here, by the way. I know it was just a walk through the forest, but it meant a lot to me.
There you are.
I take it you've already received the grand tour? A shame we missed it. Growing Way. I've been looking all over for you. Oh. Is this about the teleporter to the residential area? No, never mind that. We have more pressing matters at hand. I will be calling an emergency meeting shortly, and your attendance is required. Really? I can't imagine why you'd need me there, but if you insist. We won't be away long, so you all are more than welcome to continue looking about the burrow. Now, come along, Growing Way.
Before we arrived, you seemed to be in the midst of a rousing conversation with your guide. Did you learn anything of import?
They've spent 12,000 years preparing for this. With the appointed hour fast approaching, I can certainly understand their restlessness. But still.
It remains to be seen if the people can be persuaded to evacuate when there are yet no signs of the final days. What's more, the technology of this place defies imagination. I doubt there are many who would readily come to terms with living in such surroundings.
Whoever these collaborators are, unless they are possessed of the world's most charming personalities or a means to forcibly evacuate people, they will meet with a great deal of resistance.
Indeed. Even if faced with annihilation, the decision to forsake all one knows cannot be made lightly.
Forgive me, friends, but I must beg your leave. There is another matter which yet begs for mine attention. Of course. We can accompany you if you like. Nay, that will not be necessary. If you will excuse me.
Okay.
'Tis clear now that difficult decisions lie ahead of us. Preparation for the evacuation of Etheres is indeed crucial, but I am not yet willing to forsake our world and its reflections, and I trust I am not alone in my reticence.
Level 85. Back to old tricks. By now I think we can tell when his friends are up to something.
Did Oriange seem strange to you? More so than usual, I mean. I know he has a penchant for keeping his own counsel, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Would you go and see if he's alright? Y'shtola and I will remain here and see what else we can learn about the final days. If you hurry, perhaps you can catch up to him.
I don't see any new blue quest either. Get that whole place unlocked. Doesn't look like there's... or... nope. Okay, search for Oriange at the designated location. What is he planning on doing? In the quest, make sure it did show him outside the thing from Zodiac in the background. So I'm assuming we're going out there. I'm just wondering, what is he gonna do out there?
Oriange appears to be heading towards the entrance to Bestways Burrow.
Guess we're just gonna head after him. Wouldn't be surprised if we find out that he's either flying off an Argos or perhaps walking up the that pathway. Let's see. He'll also be walking up that stuff path. That might be more likely.
Oriange ventures off into Mare Lamentorum for reasons unknown. You must tread carefully, else he might sense your presence.
Sneaking quest, I'm guessing.
Follow Oriange from a safe distance. Should you fail to complete,
It's indeed a quest. Oriange is gonna walk past the... Is that a rock? We need to hide behind it. I guess I got too close or made too much noise.
Follow Ori. Should you?
So, note to self, don't do that again. How far his necessarily goes, but I kind of want to be on the safe side with this. Okay, what are you doing, Oriage? Which cutscene, I'm guessing?
Thine arrival is timely as ever. Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume? 'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity? And Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life. I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Menphilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain brokered by my hand were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives, ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbringer, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning, one which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity?
Sometimes there's no right answer. Have faith in yourself and your decisions. Take heart and protect those you can. With that we had time to weigh the cost. Sometimes there's no right answer. So that one.
I am not alone in my discomfort, then? 'Tis surprising, though perhaps not. We Scions are wont to debate strategy at length, but are resolute and unwavering in execution. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. 'Twould be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
What are they saying? Curse these ears! I've heard bugger all! No matter. We've got our plans.
Why do I suddenly not trust them? I'm not fully trusting the Loporrits right now.
In truth, my reason for traveling hither was to effect a plan of mine own. A plan which may pave a way forward for us all. May, I say, for there is no guarantee of success. 'Tis the reason I set out alone, that failure, should it come, would be mine to bear alone. Yet thou standest before me with proffered hand and open heart. 'Twould be remiss of me to refuse thy amity, and so I ask, wouldst thou join in mine endeavor?
Okay, let's see, I'm pretty sure that this gear should actually be better than what I currently have. Yep, that's better, and which goes for that. It's not by a whole lot, but it's a little bit at least. And it still kind of fits with the armor that I currently have on. Nice. Okay, setting things straight.
I thank thee for accompanying me. 'Tis a simple plan, in truth. We shall not be long away from Bestways Burrow. Difficult decisions must needs be made in the coming days, but I nevertheless believe we are all of one mind in our desire to save the people of Etheres. To make clear our resolve to the Leporites, I would offer them a gift. But its making doth require a most singular ingredient.
Okay, and what is that thing? That thing just killed another enemy? Ah.
Ah, an abundance of spongoi. Excellent. I chanced to spy this aggregation when crossing Zodiark's erstwhile prison. Using a spell taught to me by the new Mao, I believe these shall suffice for the gift I would fashion. The magic requireth considerable concentration, however. Might I prevail upon thee to stand watch whilst I perform the incantation?
Sure. That's all of them. I assume that's all of them.
Surveying the nearby area, you see no sign of potential threats. This would be a good opportunity to see how Oriange is faring. Oriange remains fixated on his work. There. 'Tis done. A magic ink, every ounce as efficacious as that crafted by the new Mao. Rare is the occasion I would conjure mine own, but is nevertheless a most useful skill. The resulting product is, admittedly, possessed of no preternatural properties, but its hue is one of mine own choosing, which I pray the Leporites will appreciate. Shauna. Oriange. Oh, thank goodness. I thought you had been eaten, or had perhaps fallen into a crater. Y'shtola has been looking all over for you, Shauna. She says she needs to speak with you about something most urgent. Dire, even.
Really trust you, to be honest.
She was also quite clear that she wishes to speak with Shauna alone. Which means, I'm afraid, you must stay behind, Oriange. But worry not. It just so happens we need your help with an errand, delivering a package from the Watcher's Palace to Bestways Burrow. It's quite large and heavy, perhaps even too heavy, for we poor Leporites, and we would be ever so grateful if you could lend us a hand.
Well, I suppose I should be going then. How about an extra pair of hands before I go and meet with Y'shtola? That's convenient. Surprisingly convenient.
Are you insinuating I would betray the trust of Hydalin's chosen? Or worse, do anything to risk getting on Y'shtola's bad side? She's clearly not one to be crossed, nor made to wait. Now, off with you. Worry not, Shauna. I shan't be long.
I just noticed this, the entire thing is sort of moving. Pulsating. I don't really know what words I exactly use for this, but It's at least moving a little bit. Oh, I'll have to go and speak with the Stola, I guess. I would honestly not be surprised if there's some sort of betrayal happening right now. Let's see, still only of those quests, unless these two quests have multiple quests located there.
Oh, Shauna. We thought you would be away for far longer. A dire emergency? I said no such thing.
I fucking knew it, they're lying to us.
But as you are here, I could use your assistance with one small matter. Runingway, a companion of Groengway's, apparently has much to tell us of the final days. The problem, however, is that he is determined to live up to his name, refusing to stay still long enough for us to hold a conversation.
Is there anywhere he's likely to stop and rest? Or perhaps there's a way to slow him down? What's the rush? I was thinking we should wait here, maybe enjoy a cold mug of carrot juice, and, no. Well, if it's really that important. You can try using these, balls. Of moose flesh. Not to be confused with, the other thing. Ahem. Runingway's other notable feature is his incessant chatter, so you'll have no trouble finding him in a crowd. And when you do, try lobbing your balls at him.
That just sounds weird.
Crude, but if it proves effective. He was here in Greatest Ensvale when last I saw him. Let us split up and find him.
I'm wondering what they're doing with Oriange. I'm thinking, because they wanted to be alone with him. And I do not trust the First Living Way and the other lower pits.
Search your surroundings
right
for Runingway.
It's just one of those. So, I mean, that could be... It could be running away. It's not. That was just an unassuming one. It's 1B.
Oh. That's smarts. If this was meant to be a joke, it isn't funny.
Okay, that was running away.
Yes, I'm Runingway. Do you mind explaining why you hit me in the face with your balls? Of moose flesh? I'm highly knowledgeable about the final days. Ha, that's the most ridiculous thing I've heard since I woke up. Who told you that joke? As if we've got time to look into the final days when there's so much to do before the Great Voyage. It's true that Hydaelyn did impart to us some knowledge of the event, but I know about as much as any other Laporid around here. Less, probably. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go around telling people I'm an expert, but they'd better hope I don't get my paws on them. Sorry I couldn't be of more help, but if there's nothing else, I've work to do. And I'm off.
Ah.
I could find neither hide nor hair of him. How did you fare?
Found him, but he didn't have any information.
So, he knows no more than the others. Care to explain yourself, Groengway?
Well, you see. I misremembered. Yes, that's it. I misremembered. Terribly sorry about that. I'm afraid I'm drawing a blank, though. Try as I might, I can't remember who I was thinking of. On an unrelated note, what of Oriange? I assume you spoke with him earlier, but did he say when he'll be returning? On his way to the Watcher's Palace with Livingway? Between Growingway's sudden lapse of memory and our lack of other leads, maybe our time would be better spent lending Oriange a hand. What? Now hold on a moment. It's all coming back to me. Yes, I remember. The information you're looking for is in the archives. Yes, that's where you'll find all sorts of useful knowledge, including that pertaining to the final days.
Okay. Oh, new gloves. Am I? Nope, I'm not in the city area right now. Oh! Part of the matter, and we get our ether currents. That should mean that, yep, the last four or last two have appeared. Okay, I'm thinking accept this one, go and grab the other two, and then also search for the ether currents so we can get flying as soon as possible here.
Oh, what to do, what to do. I promised Livingway I would help, but... No, I promised I'd help, so that's what I'll do. The archives are on the second floor of the main plaza, the eastern wing. Follow me.
I suspect the Laporids are up to something, but if there is aught to be learned of the final days, I think it best we play along. For now, at least.
Okay, so let's see here. Ether current. Southwest. Oh, up there. Don't think I can scale that side. I need to go up this way. And of course I can't go through there. Okay, to the west. So that is... Let's see, that's maybe here. Maybe up on the upper floor. Just while I'm in here, I'll quickly go for the to quest there, and then probably that one or those, and then getting the ether currents over here. A little bit to the north, but there is nothing just to the north of here. A little bit to the south. It's basically around, like, I'm assuming, just above. Name that way.
Hail, person. Yes, you. Do you have a moment? You see, ever since we awoke for inspection, a friend of mine has been acting a little funny. Funnier than usual, even. I can hear him sighing from all the way over here. I would go and call on him, as I do, but he always insists that nothing's wrong. I think he'd be unable to help himself from opening up to you, though. He has always been ever so fond of people. Would you mind lending him an ear or two? Many thanks to you. My friend's name is Dreamingway, and he should be somewhere nearby. Just follow the lamentatious snuffling.
That's down there. Can quickly grab the other quest in here. Actually, you know what? I'll just grab all four of them. Possibly have them all. Alluring Alag.
I hear you have a penchant for excitement and adventure, is that correct? Then I assume in your travels you have doubtless heard tales of the Alleghens.
Alleghens, don't get me started. Yes, and nearly everything wrong with the world seems to be their fault.
I thought as much. I ask because I have plans to survey an Alleghen relic not far from here. The weapons guarding it, however, make it too dangerous for me to go alone. I trust you see where this is going. So, are you interested in a little adventure? Much obliged. Now, let's be off. No time to waste.
Okay. I guess while I'm here... Oh, we can't do that while mounted. Where is that one? There it is. Okay. And I'll just go and grab the other two quests, and I guess at the same time I can get the Aether Currents in here, and then teleport back, teleport up to the upper levels, and grab the Aether Currents up there. Carrots, it's what's for dinner.
Oh, bother. There's no sign of any of them, and it's almost time to eat. You there? If you happen to be heading to the Carrotorium, could you let my fellows know it's mealtime? If we don't eat, I can't take my nap. Many thanks. They should come running at the mention of carrots of happiness, so just say those 3 magic words and they'll be on their way.
Okay, and watching away. True carrot crimes.
Excuse me, miss, have you by chance seen any thieves prowling about with ill-gotten iron carrots? They're crimson, tender, surprisingly heavy, the carrots, that is, not the thieves. If you haven't seen them yet, I'm sure you will. We've been told that you adventurers are quite good at solving crimes that no one else can be bothered with. Wonderful. I'm relying on you to solve our carrot caper. Honestly, what manner of fiend would deny a Laporte their dinner? Ahem. Anyway, our culprit, or culprits, took 4 carrots in all. Those are not easy to carry about, so I dare say they can't have gotten far.
Okay. Let's see, where do we have Aether Currents as well? Northwest of here. Guess we can get that one first.
Take the square root of the roots and you get. With the chat mode in say, use your keyboard or the software keyboard to enter any phrase.
Okay. Carrots of happiness.
Carrots of happiness, you say? My, is it that time already? I was working out projections for optimal carrot production based on the total population of Etheres to ensure that, oh, never mind. I must make haste, or I'll miss out on seconds.
Okay, is that to be the compass? Okay, 163 to the west. To the southwest. There it is. Gonna assume that I need to climb up this building, yep, in order to get over there. Okay, further to the northwest. Okay, and this entire area has been explored. It's just the moon part. Okay, so to the west. Yes. Now the question is just how do I get up there? Ah, there it is. Okay, and then we have one far to the east, which is probably the one that's up there, so... Okay. Just gotta do the quest then. Go there, find... It's there. And... that person, and then all the way out there. One that needs to find up here. Ah, there they are.
Could that mean? Yes, it must be time to eat at last. Oh, how I...
You. You basically get knocked out of a conversation. Besides, this is a stream. OG Final Fantasy IV battle theme. Is that the one that's playing during combat? Nice.
Oh my whiskers, a visitor from Etheres. What? With the...
I'm supposed to do that thing.
Could that mean? Yes, it must be time to eat at last.
This area. Does it not happen in the other areas in Polker, or is it only on the moon that it does that? Or is it only specifically in
how
the...
I have waited for this moment.
In this
There's
specific
nothing
area?
like a carrot of happiness to fill the void in one's belly and soul.
Only in Bisplay Burrows. Okay. Ah. Didn't know they actually had like specific, like had a way to basically like control what music played, like for in very specific areas. Didn't know that. Pretty cool. Thought they would just have like something where it's like, I don't know, you're in Aura Lamentorum and it's just this music that plays no matter what. Something like that. Didn't know they had like full on just, oh, you're in this very specific area, you basically have this audio playing. Oh.
This scrumptious-looking iron carrot has been tragically abandoned in its prime.
Carrot supporter. All you'll say for the battle themes, there is an later on that you can get that you get access to that literally only plays the zone theme unless you do a hunt or a major fate. Okay. I'm guessing it probably also doesn't play if you're mounted and you have the mount music enabled.
Insufficient stock of iron carrots. Iron carrot detected. Initiating iron carrot procurement.
Oh. Right, the mount music overrides it. I had a feeling that would probably be the case. But who knows, maybe they would have... They could potentially have had something where it's like, oh yeah, it doesn't, for some reason. Okay, so... Oh, I guess that was that quest. Oh. Well, time to just find the last teleport. That needs to go and get dinner. Okay, and you are up there.
What? They're serving carrots of happiness today? The deep, luscious orange. That tempting, slender silhouette. Wait for me, my darlings, I'm coming for you.
Let's quickly... Southeast. Oh. That's down that direction, but I don't think that's in here. It's most likely out here, I'm guessing. That either current is. 456 seems a too much for that to be like that distance.
You're back. Please tell me you found the carrots. The supporter? I never would have suspected. It's supposed to help us farm carrots, not eat them. I recall the technician said something about enhancing its code with a love for carrots to increase work efficiency. But to go so far as to steal carrots for itself, I fear it may now love them a little too much. Alas, those poor carrots. But at least we know what became of them, and how to prevent this happening again. Thank you for your assistance.
The anchor down.
Ah, you've returned. And everyone else is accounted for. Sustenance is essential for us Laporites, though I suppose people are the same. In any case, we expend a lot of effort in raising a whole variety of carrots. Carrots of happiness are a new cultivar that are particularly comforting, though. It seems almost silly to have our workers consume so many carrots just so that we can produce more carrots. But that's a problem that can be solved with even more carrots. No need to worry about the details, I'll work out the figures just as soon as What were we talking about?
Okay. Should be 2 quests. Them down, yep. So let's do the remaining 2 side quests, and then the HQ, and then find what's that? That's 6 more. 6 more. Just aliens out and about. Head up to the upper parts. And okay, just to the south. So where is that errand, I wonder? Ah, there it is. Okay, jump down and help the speak with Ringway.
Stay focused, dreaming way. Sure, you're no working way, but... Oh my. You're not a Laporit. Am I dreaming? Is the day finally here? Am I truly talking with a visitor from Atheres?
I think I might need to go into the settings and fix the shadow stuff, because I think I might have set that to a wrong thing.
Whatever can I help you with, kind madam?
It's kind of flickering a lot. When your friends asked me to check on you, I think I should be asking that very same question.
Who put you up to such a thing?
I love it if they approach you differently if you were a viewer. That would actually be kind of funny if they did that. I mean, even one of the quest items when you, like when you pick the carrot earlier in the MSQ, the item text even says that it talks about Vieras supposedly maybe loving this carrot, but that you shouldn't assume things or something like that.
In any case, I couldn't bother an honored guest with my silly troubles.
My, you're an awfully tall operator. I didn't give you a little too much either. that will honestly be kind of funny if they said that.
If you insist. Perhaps I could share a nibble of what's on my mind. But first, may I ask your name? Shauna Majula? A truly spectacular name. I'm sure it speaks to your character, in one way or another. If only I could say the same for mine. Perhaps it was a mistake to choose dream from that tome of words, for try as I might, I have no such thing. And seeing everyone else live up to their names since our awakening has only made me more aware of it. The people of Atheres, on the other paw, seem to dream a great deal. Have you any advice for me?
Focus on what you love to do. Focus on what you're good at. Focus on what you love to do, I would say.
But that's the problem, I haven't the foggiest idea what that would be. Though my fellow Laporids might. I've known them since, well, since we were created, so perhaps they see something in me that I cannot. With their help, you must be able to find an objectively appropriate dream for me to pursue. You know best what would be of service to mankind, after all. I'm all ears, so you need only tell me once you've come up with something, anything at all.
am curious about something. Well, I'm currently thinking there's mostly going to be 3, or at least I'm assuming that there's going to be 3 tribal quests or groups that you can work with in Walker. We apparently already know 2 of them. One of them being the I don't know what they're called now, the elephants from Razatan. Those are apparently one of them. They've already been released and everything. In 6.2, it's apparently gonna be someone that I haven't met yet, so I don't really know who they are. And if I remember correctly, the elephants are, I believe, a combat-based tribe. The next ones we're getting are a gathering-based, combat-oriented. Loporets will be crafting, most likely. I had a feeling that Loporets would probably be the case, because this quest has a picture. It's one of the, like, intercurrent ones. I'm almost certain that after we're done with this one, it's gonna have, like, more stuff afterwards. I'm almost certain that's gonna be something like that, because that's kind of what they've been doing so far. Yeah, the crafting has yet, or gathering has yet to be seen by me. I think I might know where the area is, but I don't know too much yet, because, I mean, we still have, what, 2 areas yet that I haven't been to. I think I know one of them, I just don't know where it is. Like, I know the name of one area, but I have no clue where it is. And, like, if we were to base it off where we've been so far, we have Labyrinthos and Shalia. Labyrinthos we haven't explored fully yet. We have Thepnir, which we haven't explored all of. We're still missing half, and also easy access to Razatan. Galamald is basically done. I still need to get this area unlocked or found. And then we have the Sea of Stars, which I feel like still has space for some more areas on this map. I don't want any spoilers, of course, but I'm assuming that there's probably going to be another area here in the Sea of Stars. I don't know where the last one would be, though. I guess technically there's maybe space. The Northern Empty as well. Just really like that corner. That could also be a possibility. Like, if you look at this, it's like there's a lot of empty space. I'm almost certain that most people, when they get here and if they open up this map, they're going to be like, oh yeah, the Sea of Stars is going to have some more stuff. But they're probably trying to hide it, kind of like with the whole Tempest area, where it's like, oh yeah, this entire area down here is basically like complete invisible. You can't see that until you actually get to the quest objective over here. Which I honestly really like. There's space for later patches, most likely. That's also a possibility.
He's no slug guard, I can tell you that. Always happy to lend a paw when there's work to be done. Compared to some of the others. Well, let's just say that he's a great help.
Okay. So let's see. See, I'm gonna find 2 over in this area. Start operate.
You want to know about Dreaming Way? I can't say I know him terribly well. He's always rushing off on a new task just as soon as he finishes the old one. I've always thought him a good sword, though.
gonna assume over here, perhaps? Ah, no, over here. Easygoing operate.
Dreaming way. He can do anything he sets his mind to. He doesn't complain about getting his paws dirty, either. That said, I'm not sure I can think of anything he's particularly gifted at.
Okay. So I'm assuming that once I basically complete this one, there's probably gonna be more quests afterward that I can do. That are just gonna be normal quests, but I think I'm just gonna wait with that because don't have any reason to do those right now because we can't unlock anything from him otherwise or after this one.
Did they have out of interest to share? Please say they did. That's more or less what I expected, I suppose. Nice enough, but in no way gifted. Perhaps I was never meant to dream.
Too late to dream? Don't worry, we'll find your dream yet. Let's go with that one.
You really think so? Goodness, people are truly as kind as they say. In that case, I promise not to give up until we've found my dream. Even if it's the last thing I do. Huh, that got grim. Let's exhaust our other options before we go for anything potentially lethal, shall we?
And yep, that has more pictures, which in my case just feels like they are indicating that, oh yeah, this is important. Okay, so we need to get over there. I'm kind of thinking of actually taking a trip down to here and then just kind of make a round trip. Try and get all of the Aether currents. They're just lying around. Okay, so 831 yams to the northeast. That is quite a distance. Gotta say, I'm still kind of wondering how it is we're breathing on the fucking moon. Because if we go by like our reality rules, there should be no air here. We should technically also be in a like vacuum of sorts, I believe it is. Moon magic. That is probably the thing that would make the most sense. But still, it doesn't. Like, I'm guessing it's just because of, yeah, it's Highland that made it. She probably made it so that, yeah, there's air or something here. Possibly some sort of like atmosphere, I guess. Okay, so there's something east of here. I think there's something up here that we can't get to yet. Seems. So, okay, let's get up here first and check. Okay, 313 to the northeast. Just gonna try and move down this way a little bit. See if it maybe points me towards someone or another one. Oh, saying to the northeast. Say the background music for this area is pretty nice. And can I not? Of course not. Let's see. Still 390 to the northeast. Okay, now it's just north. 163. Guessing maybe up this ledge or something. Ah, that's a either A or S rank cut. I don't really know which one, but one of those. And of course that thing is on the other side of this. I didn't get there yet. If there's a small bridge there. Does also lead me over to where I need to go. I just need to figure out how to get there. Wait, hold on. From what I can see here, it looks like I need to go get over. Wait, do I not? Okay. Is that area cut off from here? So I need to actually go all the way back over here and then move this way. I can understand now why someone in the shout chat earlier said that the air currents for this area is annoying. Okay, before I head anywhere else, I'm just gonna quickly try and see if I can get close enough to some of these other ones. If there are any others around here. Just saying 217 to the east. It's over there. That's a bit annoying. I don't feel like running all the way from in there out here and then up, so I'm just gonna go and find Argos and ride him all the way up here. I will say it is nice that you get this like view. But at the same time, I kind of wish that it just like, I don't know, teleported you over to where you need to go. It's yeah, this is a little bit annoying. It was cool and everything, but I just kind of want to get over to where I need to go. What the fuck is that down in that cave? Something yellow glowing down there. In that hole over to the left. Ah. Equal speed. Time to shift the dog to third gear. There we go. Okay, so if I saw correctly, there is apparently a small bridge, it looks like, up there. That should allow me to get over to this area. Or like 4th or 5th. That would probably also be faster. Okay, so we also have this area up here. Okay, I'm thinking we can maybe save this area over here for last. Since that does have the quest, so let's try and check here. Okay, a bit to the left or west. Okay, this is what I was seeing. Ah. That's a elaborate building. Why is there just a elaborate building down here? Like some, I don't know, boxes and stuff. And there's also some of the, I guess maybe that's part of this whole area is like exterior. guessing. Okay, let's see. Northeast 192 yards. So that means this way. I think it's up this way. Is that down here somewhere? Oh, it's over there. Gotta say, the whole navigating is all like broken up like this. It's a little bit annoying. So there might be more over this way, perhaps. Maybe I'll point towards some of that once we went up here. Also, before I forget about that whole thing, I wanted to quickly do some adjusting with the shadows. Was maybe this that I had it at one point. Basically changed the settings because I was trying to render some videos a little while ago, but yeah, the game and the rendering didn't really want to play together that well because it ended up slowing my PC down a lot, so I ended up lowering the settings in the game. Then it ended up, I kind of forgot what some of the things were. Okay, so those things do attack that. Ah. That makes them grow. Oh. Strange. So there's the bridge. I actually have left, let's see, 3. So there's one just straight south from here, which is probably the one over there. I think it was like over there. That is probably an elegant, like, spaceship of some sort, I'm guessing. Don't really know what else it would be. Heimdall's last sight. Oh, there's an alien up there. Let's quickly grab that. Let's see, southwest, that is probably the one that I've been... I know it's like down there-ish. There you are with your... I'm feeling that I'm probably gonna get attacked by something here.
The crash site is just ahead. If you find anything that may prove useful, I'd be grateful if you could retrieve it for me. Onward, then. ER. After you.
Because I didn't get attacked. Can I make my way down to that Aethercurrent now? Should be right there. Other question is just, where's the last one? It's just like lying around. Oh, it's probably up here, I'm guessing. Now the thing about it, when I basically used the Aether compass, like here, basically pointed me towards here because I was probably closer than down here. Okay. Assuming it's in there. That's what makes most sense when it's like 700 or something. 653. The north. Don't think that's up here at least. Okay, so let's explore this crash site.
This bit of Allegan technology is certainly fascinating. A shame it's too bulky to carry back.
Okay, fascinating. Remnants. Ooh, a sphere. Probably just go back on its own. It's still working. Oh, it's hostile. Okay, let's see. Where is the last one then? Yes, systems cube. You're gonna be hostile as well? Or do you work?
This apparatus is offline, but appears to be transportable. You place it in your ambiguously sized bag.
Yeah, our bag is definitely ambiguously sized. Because that has been pointed out several times that it's able to somehow hold so much stuff.
Phew. A moment longer and that drone would have alerted more. Now, did you find anything of interest? Oh.
Yep.
Let me have a look. No, you're right. It must wait until we get back.
Okay, so I'm assuming that it is like up here in the greatest Endsvale that last overworld in the current is located. Might as well just quickly check. Yeah, there's no way that I can go 550 yams further north from here, so I'm just gonna head back. Okay, go and deliver the cube. Yep. As the program installed on this all-purpose storage and operations device is not currently functional, it is difficult to tell what it does.
Safe at last. Now, show me what you found. This is an Allegan decryption unit. With it, we could read Allegan tombstones about history, science, poetry. If we had any, which we do not. An adventure for another day, I suppose. Nevertheless, I'm deeply excited by the prospect, as I'm sure you can tell. You have my heartfelt gratitude.
Okay. So we are just missing the overworld one that I'm about to get, and then just the one from the MSQ. Nice. Then we'll finally be able to fly on the moon. So 90. Is it all the way out here? Then it makes more sense that it didn't get picked up when I was standing here. Ah. Kinda silly, because this was the first place that I basically started looking for the other currents. There's 42. It looks like it's up around here, near the spring, perhaps. There it is. Okay. I think I'm probably just gonna teleport back, because that's gonna be a lot faster than just running all the way back. Then we'll just, I guess, take the elevator that is here. And then just go over and speak with Growingway and figure out what the fuck the Loperites are currently doing, because I legit do not trust them right now. Because of the fact that, first of all, during the cutscene that we saw, they seemed kind of sketchy. And when we were talking to Urianger, then the fact that Growingway has now been, like, seemingly lying to Yestola and Thancred, and we were told that, oh yeah, Yestola has been looking for you, and she is, it's very important. But she wasn't. So what is going on?
The archives are right through this door, but it seems to be locked. I guess we'll just have to go and find whoever has the key.
Growingway, enough. If you have naught else to tell us of the final days, you need only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. Did you yourselves not tell us we must act quickly?
Yes. Yes, we did, but the moon was to be a perfect paradise for the people of Etheres, and we're running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We hoped you'd see the wonders we have to offer, but you found nothing but faults and flaws in our work. Only one of you saw our potential, so you others must be kept here. Ah, so that's Livingway's game. Run us about in circles and, failing that, lock us away so we can't put the plan at risk. Everyone except Urianger. He understands what is at stake. What must be done?
I fear you've misjudged us, Growingway. Never have we decried the notion of using the moon as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Etheres and her reflections to their doom. If there is a way to avert the final days, I wish to find it. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts would never be at the expense of your plans.
But why would you take that risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. The people of Etheres will escape here to the moon. They'll be safe, and we'll finally get to see all their happy, smiling faces. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave. We just can't.
Luck with that.
Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone. If we dally, they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I say we knock these ones out, split up, and make our way to the exit.
Sounds
Agreed.
good.
Let us reconvene where Argos awaits outside.
And we're just gonna head straight for the exit, I'm guessing. Some more. Yep. It's growing away. Sorry about that, growing away. Okay, speak with your Stola, who is down by the entrance. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Uraji has actually decided to not go with their plan. Wouldn't surprise me, at least. I'm wondering, is Argos still there? Looks like it.
There you are. Didn't rough them up too badly, did you?
I try not to. I guess growing way it did go like in shroud on him, but
Good.
still.
You're here. We must hurry to the Watcher's Palace and find Oriange.
This looks like it's a what, or like a voiced cutscene, perhaps.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Aetheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
And we're showing up. We actually made it here very fast.
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. 'Tis clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Aetheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing! We Loperids were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities.
Too much pitch, yeah.
For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
Oh my god.
My name is Puddingway.
Oh my god.
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure, but one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words.
Oh my god.
A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And Living Way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but...
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee.
Oh, the ink, I'm guessing.
Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind. If being the operative term.
Oh, power.
That flower. How came it into your possession? How very like her. Guided by its light, you may come to know her true intentions. Intentions which remain a mystery even to us.
Almost certain that that flower is gonna play something, like some sort of role later on, near the end of the MSQ. Footfall is playing. Yep, isn't very loud, but that's because I kind of got to actually increase the audio of the music.
In our time, we called it Elpis. You would do well to remember the name.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Aetheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Agreed. The Charlayan Forum, yes?
I fucking knew it.
How did you know?
I said earlier that I was pretty sure it was the Charlians. Fucking was.
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
Something bad is going on there. Just gonna quickly background music, and also I noticed that I might wanna. Well, that's maybe increase that as well, because I feel like some of the shadows ended up being kind of shit during the I don't know, during some of the cutscenes, like they were really bad quality.
'Twas a relief to see Livingway was pleased with my gift of ink. To serve and serve well. Though their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It will be no easy task to prepare them for what must needs be done, but gladly do I embrace this duty, even if it doth necessitate that we part ways for a time. Forgive me my absence, but I have the utmost faith in you. In all our fellow Scions. When next I return to Aetheris, I pray I find you all in good health and good spirits.
Let's go. Finally fly. Kind of thinking I vaguely want to get the last bits of the map explored. We have like Sidonia Knolls, it's called. That's a fucking face on the ground. What the fuck? Is that a reference to that face that some people saw on the moon? Like on our moon, is that a reference to that? I think there was something about like seeing a face on the moon. Huh. I would not be surprised if there's a actually going to check here. Looks like you might not be able to make it up there unless you have flying. Maybe you can. Oh, you can. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a hunt mark that spawns up there, or a special fate, perhaps. And empty only thoughts. What? What? Okay, we got the Cradle of Darkness. And then there's an area over here. I'm guessing it's that part of there that we haven't gotten to yet. Nice. Looks like there's some gathering locations up here. Okay, head back here. I'm also kind of wondering if I can actually start gathering, perhaps, materials here and start turning those in. Specifically, gather collectibles and those in. Turning home. Get a new hat. Nice.
With the Laportes in Oriange's capable hands, we needn't worry about affairs here in our absence. Knowing now the face of their earthly collaborators, there is much to discuss with Alphino and the others. Let us return to the Tower of Babil. Our battle for the star will soon begin in earnest, and we must be prepared.
Back to theirs then.
Gods, I can scarcely believe we went to the moon and back. But we'll have time to reflect on that later. Right now, we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and deliver a thoroughly detailed report to Lucia. I'd like very much to know how everyone is getting on here as well. They'd only just begun to treat the tempered prisoners when we left.
I share your curiosity, but warning our allies of the final days is of greater importance. I speak not only of the contingent, of course. The heads of state of every nation must know what we have learned. We know not when or where or in what manner the final days will begin to manifest, and so we must see that everyone is prepared.
Agreed, though we may wish to stress the importance of discretion, lest the public be sent into a panic. Not that anyone in a position of responsibility should need to be told as much, but it bears repeating. Anyway, first things first. To Camp Broken Glass.
Okay. And just be able to see it there. Gonna quickly, I'm assuming this is gonna put us out near the top. So I'm just gonna fly over to the eastern part of the map just so they get the last part explored. We did, after all, unlock flying here last stream. Can't even see the moon from here. I actually listened to the Garlemald theme. It's actually kind of sad. I guess it kind of also just fits considering the current state that the place is in. Pretty much destroyed for the most part, and yeah, a large part of the population has been just trolled. Tempered to be specific.
It's good to see you all again. No worse for your lunar adventure, I hope.
We've done what we can for now, and believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, might you tell us what's become of Garlemald in our absence?
We succeeded in subduing the tempered inside the Tower of Babil. We took many alive, but combined with those who were already in our custody, the number requiring care has grown exponentially. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here, and so we have petitioned the aid of the allied nations. Some are, understandably, hesitant to proffer assistance, particularly those that were but recently subject to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for treatment. With the assistance of your fellow scions, we endeavor to see them safely transported and subsequently cured of their tempering. Will all the tempered be relocated? Not all, no. We have sufficient shelter to attend to those whose treatment has begun, and enough healers have volunteered to remain until their patients have recovered. Huolus is one such patient, though he is not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it was a miracle he and those in his company were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alphino and Alizé's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today.
In light of recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come to any decisions regarding Garlemald?
Given the tremendous ramifications of what has happened here, it will take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they intend to work with the Eastern Alliance to keep a close watch over the provinces. We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports that each and every tower has vanished. For a mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as that you experienced in Thavnair. Those who were trapped within them have been rescued and are receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the beast tribes have received instruction in the magics needed to cure tempering. Master Matoya is no doubt thrilled the Mother Porxia affords her so many visitors. Yes, we are grateful for her ongoing efforts, as well as those of our comrades near and far. As for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of Tempered has been completed.
Lucia and I will remain, along with a small force to continue offering aid to those here in Garlemald. The Empire may be no more, but there are yet those who call these lands home.
I believe that accounts for recent events here. So, what of the moon and the Telephora we? The final days. Gods, I prayed your victory would mark the end of our troubles. There is still much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course. I will send word forthwith. We'll also release your fellow scions from their present duties, that they may return to Charlian. Your energies are better spent finding a means to avert the coming apocalypse.
Speaking of your fellow scions, you will be happy to hear that Mistress Kryl, though still on the mend, has been moved to the Bald Sen Annex and given into Tataru's care.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return.
Let us be on our way, then. One last thing, if I may. After your confrontation with Zodiarch, you said Xenos took his leave, and in all likelihood he has returned here to Garlemald. I have a mind to dispatch scouts to try and ascertain his whereabouts, but first wish to ask if you believe there is merit in doing so.
Let's see here. If they found him, they would not likely live to tell the tale. They're expecting a trail of destruction to follow. You won't find one. An admirable but futile endeavor. Found him, they would not likely live to tell the tale. Bad idea.
I suppose you're right. To dispatch good soldiers in pursuit of such a beast, would be to send them to their deaths. Pray forget I entertained the notion. While on the subject of Xenos, the XTH Legion has made an official proclamation. They denounce the Crown Prince and condemn his role in the Empire's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and its continued use serves only to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, he has been declared as Xenos Viator Galvus, outcast, and enemy of Garlemald.
Fandaniel is no more, and now his own people turn against him. It seems he's naught but his bloodlust to keep him company.
Better that than an army to see it sated. At any rate, I will not keep you longer. I pray you safe passage back to Charlesian.
Thank you. Okay, back to Charlesian then. Now the question is just, where are we going next? Let's see, we're currently still probably in the level 84 to 85 range, I'm guessing, of quests. And let's see. Still missing 2 areas that we haven't been to yet. But we do, let's see. I'm guessing one of those areas that we haven't been to yet is probably gonna be the last area we go to, kind of like with the Tempest. So I'm guessing we could maybe send back to, like, either we're gonna go back to or go to a new area, or we're gonna go to either Labyrinthus or what's that place called again? Thavnair, but the other halves we haven't been to yet. Although I seem to remember Labyrinthus being around like level 87, 88, so that might be a while before we go there. So, and I don't remember what level it was in Thavnair, to be honest. Guess we'll see.
Welcome back, Shauna. We were so terribly worried about you. Though it is plain I have caused my own fair share of worry, and for that, I apologize. Heidelin called to me that day when you entered the Tower of Babil. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered. My body flowing through the life stream toward Garlemald. When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of ether. So exhausted, in fact, I could only laugh, for it was in that moment I understood Roha's weariness from the Tower of Zot. Would that I could laugh at a time like this. Though we prevented Zodiarch from being unleashed upon the world, I am curious to know what else took place there on the moon. Perhaps we should wait for the others to join us before you give your account. Let us reconvene in the main hall once they've arrived.
Okay. It was, yep, just go here and find the designated location. I wonder if this is gonna be a voice cutscene. like it could potentially be that. It's not.
Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Not at all. We understand you've been quite busy. Will Orion be joining us?
He's still on the moon.
Duty keeps him away, I'm afraid, though Shauna can explain why better than I.
You can explain this as well as I can. You were there as well, Thancred. As this allows them to do the fade out so they don't need to explain it.
The final days, as befell Amorat. And we are to escape via the moon? What of the source and its reflections? I've no intention of standing by while the world falls to ruin. So, how do we stop this?
Unfortunately, we have no answers at present. If the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Amorat, the solution would be to alter the flow of ether throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiarch, sacrificing half the star's population in the doing. But it should go without saying that such a sacrifice must not, cannot, be repeated. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days, a feat which even the Amoratanes could not accomplish. Unfortunately, we found no clues in Mare Lamentorum.
There is still much we do not know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Amoratanes' creation magics, but we command no such power. Which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past, and thereby form some semblance of a plan.
Perhaps we should start with the Forum, then. Having worked with the Laporites in secret all this time, there is surely more they can tell us. Forgive the interruption, but I've urgent news. The Forum is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside. Some sort of announcement. What is Father up to now? There's only one way to find out.
Voiced cutscene, perhaps? Unless we're... Okay, just taken over there to the cutscene. Or what? Oh yeah, that's definitely a voice cutscene. It's based on camera angles and everything. And the background noise there.
Order! Order, I say! I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Telophoroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The Endbearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself.
What?
She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
Keep it civil, eh? Take your time. Keep it civil.
I may look daggers at him, but I will neither speak nor draw them.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the Moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Charlian, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures, and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done, that we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action, and there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
True.
Shall we then? To the Annex, to prepare for tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta say, if we get another scene where it's like, hey, yeah, we are just sitting around eating food, that would honestly be pretty cool. Like with the Kyle, Raha, the twins. Which I don't actually remember when exactly happened. It was either at the end of the Sharlayan path or at another point in that story. I'm forgetting exactly when it was. So speak with the Jika.
Kryl tells me the forum made a rather momentous announcement. So there's to be a great exodus, is there? I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the Isle of Val. The realization, the running, the mixture of relief and regret after. Why me? I ask myself. Why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use fretting over the cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here, and we'll get through this together. And who knows, maybe my luck will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as much. Oh, but enough of my rambling, I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chamber awaits.
That's almost certainly a voice cutscene. We've been there. The moon. Oh. Oh. Should have the final things again.
A visitor has come knocking at your door. Whoever could it be?
Ha! What do you say? Alphino, Alice say, Thancred, Justola, Gratia. Depending on who we say, is that person gonna show up? You know what? Let's go with Graha. Is that perhaps Graha? This?
Oh, apologies. I didn't mean to... If you could spare a moment before bed. Thank you. I fear this may be the last quiet night we have to talk for quite some time. I am troubled of late. Unwarranted concerns, perhaps. I hope. Nevertheless, I feel compelled to share them with you. Though you have bested your enemies thus far, Xenos and even Zodiac, your victories have come at a considerable cost to yourself. No one is without their limits, and you are no exception. I worry the added weight of the final days will prove more than you can bear. It is surely too much for any one woman. But you needn't bear it alone. Let me share your burden. My, carrying capacity pales in comparison to yours, but I could still help. Shoulder the occasional satchel from your ever-growing mountain of, baggage. You have already done so much to help relieve me of mine own encumbrances. 'Tis only fair that I repay you in kind. course, it needn't be only troubles we share. Moments of joy may seem few and far between now, but there will come a time when we look back fondly on this journey. The inquiry at the Forum, our march through the snows of Garlemald, our impromptu dinner in this very room. All of it. And that is to say nothing of the journeys yet to come, to the ends of the world and beyond. But tomorrow will be no less busy than today, and I've kept you from your rest long enough. Sleep well, my friend.
Hey, guessing we could potentially sit and watch all the other cutscenes as well, because I'm guessing each of these basically have different things. Oh, short while earlier in the Alamigan borders. Wonder, is it Xenos, perhaps?
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsebar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too. But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. They're to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
What? What's going on there? Meanwhile in Ishgard. Oh, I can see two people from
another day, another commission of paramount importance. Well, what have we here? Hey, are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more. The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. And yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Because it probably is. We're only around halfway through the skew so far. And step near that just got covered there. Even higher, which gives what exactly? Hiding way. Nice. You could, in theory, like, go in and watch more of those cutscenes and basically just take the different paths, but we can maybe wait with that for another day. Skies of Flame. Okay, that looks bad. That looks very bad.
Oh, Shauna. I was just about to call for you. I'm afraid we've received another call for assistance. This one comes from Radzat Han.
Guessing that's where we're going next.
The others have assembled in the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once.
Guessing that means that Radzat Han and Devnir is the next place we're going. Most likely.
Ah, there you are. Our worst fears have come to pass. But moments ago, we received grim tidings from our contact in Radzat Han. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. What's more, they say the very sky burns above them.
Good gods. Are the final days already upon us?
It would appear so. Sadly, that is all the information we have at present. No doubt the people of Radzat Han are busy fighting for their lives. Then we must go at once. They need our help.
Agreed. Kryl, you'd best remain here with Tataru and gather what knowledge you can. You are in no condition for a long journey, I imagine.
Very well. Similar phenomena may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once. Be safe out there, yes?
Let us make first for Yedlamit. We must prepare ourselves for what may lie ahead.
Okay. Okay, so is the skybox just completely changed, I wonder? And we end up in a different instance apparently also. We just saw that in the chat box.
And lo, vile beasts did rise.
Oh yeah, that's definitely looking bad.
Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash. Sun scorches earth and boils seas. And our sins ascend unto the heavens. 3 dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends.
Oh.
Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The Large One's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimat. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
Okay, so I guess we're heading to the other part of the island.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
Okay. This looks bad.
Everyone has assembled, yes. I thank you for lending us your aid in our battle against the blasphemy. Let us review our plan of attack. I would have you board this boat and circle around to the north side of the island. There you will find a dense jungle we call Vanaspati. It is a sacred wood, home to many temples and a number of villages. Vritra and the Radiant Host have gone there ahead of us. I ask that you join them, and do all in your power to destroy this blasphemy.
That's a duty. What? I was expecting to like go to this area and start questing. What? Okay, invite you. Patti. Okay. I'm guessing you're ready. So then I'll actually wait. I need to remember to use this real quickly. But that's. God, that armor piece does not look good. I'm definitely gonna quickly glamour that. Okay. Go up then. I'm assuming then that after we're done with this dungeon, we're probably gonna end up here, because that's still 85 fates. That would make sense then. That's where, or the area that we're gonna be at. Giant burning jungle. It's for the apocalypse.
My friends, heed me. These are children.
These are children of Thavner. Forgive me. I could do them no harm. If this is the only way, I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
Oh shit. What happened there? the healer just not heal you, or what happened? And first boss, which is probably gonna get transformed out of that guy, assuming. Yep. And on the mouth that gives them talking, I guess. left. Just gonna place that down there in case it's more annoying. Do anything. Nice. And
what is this vile presence I sense?
that's
the horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
they also gonna transform, I wonder. She is probably. Oh, all of them are. More standard enemies. There's just horses left. haven't dropped anything that I can actually use on my Reaper. I'm at, guess, stand in a way where you don't get launched to one of the water things. And I'm guessing you probably also don't want to get back into the surrounding area. Oh. You want to get inside one of those bubbles then. Okay, so you can basically see it depending on what type of order it is that's being made. It's not hard. Oh. I got it done correctly this time. Water. Still no UQ for me. Unfortunate, but I should at least get one item, I believe, at the end of the dungeon. Jesus Christ, this guy. Holy shit. almost at the end of the dungeons. Well, and we got more stuff. It did also feel like there was very few enemies here. Blasphemy. Something along those lines. I didn't really read fully the name. Towards those. But hopefully get out and see where we're supposed to be going. Those enemies. You can probably see it on the... No, that was it after all. I don't get how it seems doing that. This is simple enough to understand at least. guess we're supposed to be going over to this side. So maybe I misunderstood, and instead of being like the areas with the circles that explodes, it's actually the opposite. Nice, I think got a roll there, yep. Should be 86 then. Let's see. Their death gauge, what? A new thing apparently. Should probably look into that thing. So let's see, what was it said here? Learning the enhanced shroud, consuming stacks of mirror shroud will grant stacks of void shroud. Place void shroud can be used can then be consumed to execute actions such as the mirror slice and the mirror scythe. Okay. So it is those then? Hopefully I'll get them. Isn't that these two turn into those perhaps? Yeah, yes. Sorry for messing up earlier. Don't worry about that. Could basically have been several things that just messed up there.
As I feared.
Sorry, that's on.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhap so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
Yeah.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, I-One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you.
Oh.
I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Estinian, here. It's the last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you loathe.
More like that.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
Don't think falling will be much of an issue for our Dragoon friend. True. Stan would probably survive without too much trouble. Okay. Back in Ratzatan. This guy is still looking bad.
Our Radiant host has eliminated the immediate threat to the city, though it pains me to know those beasts were once my own people. There is no telling when or where the next transformation might occur. We must remain vigilant and steel ourselves for whatever is yet to come.
I can either go or... Let's go with that one. I can probably sell for it. Okay, I'm hoping.
You may now enter Vanispati with the party.
Blasphemy unmasked.
Forgive me, my friends, but I must return to Meghaduda for the time being. There, I can better manage this crisis and dispatch my troops as the situation demands. In that case, we shall carry out an investigation of our own here in the city. Mayhap the residents can tell us more about the first of the transformations, and the conditions under which it occurred. If we can ascertain what exactly triggered these tragic events, it may give us some insight as to a possible solution. Time is of the essence. Let us split into 3 groups that we may cover more ground. Alizé and I will see to Pax's path. Thancred and Y'shtola, pray make for Dharma. I leave Artha to Graha and you, Shauna. Any information you can gather on the first blasphemy or the manifestation of the final days here in the city would be most helpful. When we have completed our respective inquiries, let us reconvene in front of Meghaduda, that we might share what we've learned with the satrap.
Okay.
Shall we be off, then? Artha is home to the High Crucible of Kimiya, whose alchemists forged many of our warding scales. That seems as good a place as any to begin our investigation, don't you think? I spoke briefly with Nuhadien, the chief alchemist there, on our last visit. He should be happy to answer our queries. Grahatia is, you can, should you...
Just all of that info, so first of all, nope, there's no dialogue spots. Yeah, I'm curious though, can I finally attune to the 8th right here?
According to the message...
Nope, still can't do that.
AHH, I remember those red eyes. You were with those scions who commissioned the scales from us, yes. I welcome you back to the High Crucible. What brings you here in these troubling times? We are assisting the satrap in investigating the crisis that plagues the city. Did you happen to catch sight of any of the creatures? I did. As I was going about my work, I was disturbed by crashing footsteps so powerful that the very ground shook. I rushed outside, and could not believe what I beheld. The night sky was burning. Suddenly, I heard panicked screams coming from the direction of Balzhan Bazaar. In the next instant, a monstrous beast poked its head out from amidst the stalls. A handful of the Radiant rushed to the scene, only to be sent sprawling as the fiend and its minions propelled themselves skyward. So the blasphemy came from the vicinity of the markets. This knowledge may prove useful. I thank you for sharing your tale. Well, I do believe we now know where we should inquire next. To the bazaar, then.
Okay. Ooh, we also have a dialogue location. Discuss the textile stalls.
So this is Thavnarian weave. I must say, it bears a resemblance to the traditional fabrics of Corvos. Small wonder, really, given that it's just across the water. Not that I am much of an expert in Corvosi culture, of course. I've not had the occasion to visit my ancestral home since coming to Charleon, and like as not I will never reside there again. That said, in recent days I've felt more acutely aware of my heritage, and grateful for it. It is thanks to my forebears that I inherited the royal eye, and with it, the wisdom of ancient Alig. And so, well, I simply hope that my countrymen are safe. And one day, when this calamity is but a memory, I would like to see Corvos again, if only once.
Forgive me, but my shop's closed until further notice. Needless to say, we've more pressing concerns these days.
We have come not in search of wares, but information concerning the enormous fiend that tore through the bazaar. Did you perchance witness anything?
Afraid not, my friend. I was here the whole time, so I only saw its little minions. Made a mess of the place, they did. While that was all going on, the great big one tore through the west side of the bazaar. You'd have better luck asking there.
Okay, guessing that's gonna be where we get to information people.
Is something the matter, traveler? If you are lost, perhaps I could be of assistance. Your offer is most appreciated. We are not lost, but we are in need of information. Might you know anything about the gargantuan beast that rampaged through the bazaar? I saw it all. Though I wish I had not. I was going about my work, when all of a sudden a piercing scream cut through the air. I turned around, and there was the fiend, its massive body bursting through that entryway with the force of a tidal wave. And then it was gone, as quickly as it came.
Okay.
Sisters have mercy, what is happening to the world? What am I to do? Is nowhere safe? Settle down, friend. The danger has passed, at least for now. If it's not too painful to remember, could you tell us what you saw? First I heard the screams, then a horde of ravening beasts came charging towards us. One of them was huge, bigger than a merit, throwing people about like rag dolls, and it was eating them. I hid under the counter. Saw others do the same. But the shrieking and wailing kept getting louder, more voices in the throng. Beasts or victims, I couldn't tell, I knew not what was happening. I still don't. That is enough, my good man. You were brave to share with us your tale. Many of your fellow merchants are safe. The High Crucible, too, has survived mostly unscathed. Pray stay close to your friends and loved ones, and rest your body and mind while you are able. I suspect that is the most we can expect the people here to tell us. I think it best we find a place outside the bazaar where we might rest and review our findings.
Okay. No dialogue locations around.
Judging by their accounts, the transformation had already occurred by the time the beast reached the bazaar. It tore through the west side of the bazaar and headed towards the Aetheride Plaza. In other words, the blasphemy may have first appeared in this vicinity. That being the case, the people in that Mayhain can surely tell us more.
Over this way.
Even after repairing all that damage, it'll take a while for business to pick up again. You mean the blasphemy? That's what the Radiant have been calling it, anyway. I saw it, too. We all did. I was standing here at the counter as Murray poured me a drink, when suddenly there came this dreadful sound, like a pained, angry groan. It was unlike anything I've ever heard. I turned around in shock, and from an ominous cloud of black mist rose the creature, enormous and ghastly to behold. As for what happened next, to recall it sends shivers up my spine. By some stroke of fortune, I was able to slip outside before the beast got its claws on me. But the sight that greeted me offered no solace. The blue sky above turned red as blood. Murray, myself, and the other survivors clung to each other for dear life until the Radiant host came to our aid.
Wait. Did I hear you correctly? The beast manifested before the sky began to burn?
I'm certain of it. The windows here offer a clear view of the sky, and I saw nothing out of the ordinary until the beast appeared and began to rage.
Ah. So, get this one while we are here. A nuts vendor. So I don't really know what this radiant coating and twine is used for. Assuming it's used for like some vendors or something, but I don't really know what. Oh well.
Going after that enormous beast, are you? I saw it, including the very instant that poor bastard transformed. Damn the gods for putting me there. It started over there, by the window. A few men, merchants, probably. Talking and drinking. Conversation must have taken a turn for the worse. Next thing I know, their leader, I suppose he was, buries his head in his hands, and black mist was swirling about him. Then his whole body bursts apart, and there stands a hideous, slavering beast. Massive and foul, all gaping maws and bulging eyes. His friends start shrieking, then the black mist comes again, until the change takes them too. The stuff of nightmares, I tell you. Nightmarish, indeed. Incidentally, do you perchance know who those merchants were? No, I'm a decorator by trade. Not much cause to mingle with their sort. Saw Meliel the barmaid chatting with them, though. She might know something.
Okay.
Grahatia has yet to arrive.
Right then.
Oh, hello there. Welcome to Murray's Mayhane. What can we get you?
We have come not for libations, but rather for information. You are Meliel, yes. We are investigating the called blasphemy on the satrap's behalf. We hear it was one of your customers, a merchant, that first underwent the transformation. What can you tell us about him?
He was something of a regular here, especially of late. Haltzel was his name. He ran his own consortium, dealing primarily in the exports of Thavnarian specialties.
Oh. Hold on. It's the guy that they just mentioned. It's through him we met. Yeah. Okay, now I'm blanking on something. Who is Matsya again? Yeah. Oh, it's that guy. Now I remember. Okay, the guy that they're talking about, his name seemed familiar, but he's basically the guy we met originally at the very first village in Dapnair. That was like... basically, Mazia was the... I'm forgetting what they're called now. The elephant people, basically. He was the one we tried helping... to basically teach how to sell fish. So the guy that we basically, or that apparently transformed here, was the guy that usually bought the fish from him.
Yes, the names ring a bell. Didn't you meet them both on your first trip to Thavnair? If I recall correctly, Kaltzel ran a trading operation in Yedlamid, and it was there that you made Matsia's acquaintance.
Yes, that is the same Kaltzel, no doubt. A rather successful man, from what I gather. That said, it was clear that he had fallen on hard times of late. Those ghastly towers popping up everywhere cannot have been good for business. Even now, with the towers gone, the collapse of the empire has led to all sorts of problems elsewhere. The market for luxuries is surely not what it once was.
Trying times for the head of a trading consortium, indeed.
Kaltzel was a compassionate man. Even as his own business suffered, he did what he could to provide for the artisans, fishermen, and many others who counted on him to sell their wares. Indeed, that was the very topic of yesterday's meeting, as far as I could hear. Yet as they discussed matters further, Kaltzel's tone grew grave and grim. It was then that...
Forgive me. I would not have you recall the memory if it brings you pain. If I could, I would ask just one more thing. Did you notice anything unusual about Kaltzel in particular? Please, anything at all.
Sorry, nothing springs to mind. Perhaps someone else can help you. Kaltzel lived for his work, and had no family that I know of. His employees and associates knew him best, but they too are lost to us. Still, perhaps his neighbors know something I do not. I can direct you to them, if you believe it would help. What do you say?
It help. Okay. Amidst the apocalypse.
Kaltzel made his home in Kama, a nearby residential area. From what I gather, Kaltzel lived there since childhood and was known throughout the neighborhood.
Kama, the name is new to me. How do we get there?
I'll write down some directions. I cannot promise that you will find what you seek there, but if nothing else, it is a start.
Come, let's see where this lead takes us. Grahatia is now accompanying you. You can leave if you...
Okay, let's see here. Got four conversation areas. Ask for directions. Okay.
Let's see. After leaving the Mayhane, we're to retrace our steps and head back towards the Aetheride Plaza.
Yeah, I guess this is if you decide not to use the map. Yes. Still, yep, just still directions. Don't need that. Just kind of hoping for maybe some, I don't know, more detailed information. some sort of dialogue. Might as well just still make sure, yep, still the directions. Just check
if we keep going this way, we should arrive in. Walking these unfamiliar streets is quite the adventure, is it not? I can only hope we can explore Rad's Adhan at our leisure once this crisis has passed.
Okay. Let's see, I should probably make sure that I get that either right as well. Actually, just gonna avoid the park there just so I can get this one. Just in case Grau started like talking or something.
And this must be Kama. We've arrived at last. Let us begin questioning the residents without delay. No doubt someone here can tell us more about Council. Given recent events, I imagine many are taking shelter indoors.
Okay, gather information from 2 people. Oh, I can actually enter some of these. Okay.
Could you come back another time? I just woke up, and I'm not exactly in the mood for idle chit-chat. Well, that's one way to avoid the panic, I suppose. Pardon our intrusion. You may not have noticed, but a great danger has come to Thavnair. I encourage you to stay alert, and prepare to flee the city should the situation turn dire. But before we leave you in peace, pray allow us to ask a question or two. Did you know a local merchant named Council? If so, did you notice anything unusual about him recently? Council. I know him. In fact, we spoke just the other day. Like many others, his business was doing poorly. Still, it seemed as though he'd managed to turn things around, thanks to a generous order from Ruvita Fibers. Why, he was practically dancing in the streets. I haven't spoken with him since, but I assume it all went well. Janabaha might be able to tell you more, though. As I recall, he was the one who brokered the arrangement. Janabaha at Ruvita Fibers. Let's make a point to visit him after we've spoken with other locals.
I'm guessing over in this house. Yep.
Council, you say? Yes, I've known him since he was a boy. If there was ever a man who was born to be a merchant, it was him. Always early to depart and late to return, he'd spend his days procuring the finest wares and seeking out willing customers. You could say it came to him as easily as breathing. Sadly, business was flagging of late. No surprise, really, what with how dangerous travel has become. He was cooped up in his house from dawn till dusk the other day, no doubt racking his brain for a way to turn his fortunes around. Then, at night, I heard the door open. I looked out to see Council sitting on a bench, his head hung low. A man with the weight of the world on his shoulders.
I see. The situation must have been quite dire, indeed. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary?
Nothing to speak of. Other than the troubles with his consortium, he was the same old Council. Cordial and honest, like always. These questions you are asking, has something happened to him? He wasn't caught up in that terrible incident at the bazaar, was he? I don't travel much these days, but my daughters told me not to venture outside. Stuck in here as I am, I've heard little about these bizarre goings-on.
Rest assured, the city is safe for now, but the situation may change without warning. I urge you, stay close to your daughter, and be prepared to take refuge should the satrap order it.
Okay. That guy. Girl? I honestly have no idea based on that name. Gianna Baha. Hey, that's how it's pronounced at least. So I'm kind of wondering, is this going to be directions again, or is it going to be actual dialogue?
If I am not mistaken, these stairs lead to Dharma. It is quite the sight, the red sky above. During the final days of yore, the heavens burned and the stars fell. Creation magics run amok, that was my assumption when I saw Amorod. Perhaps the ancients believed the same, that the terror of a single powerful individual was the cause of their calamity. And yet, those self-same horrors now manifest themselves before our eyes. What could it be that sets the heavens aflame and turns ordinary men into beasts?
That is indeed the question. Oh yeah, I forgot about the fact that I got some items from the dungeon. Since I believe you're basically just guaranteed to get something.
They're farming silkworms. This must be Rubita Fibers, where we should find Janabaha.
Okay.
And hurry, I say. There's no time to waste. Pardon me, but you are in charge of buying and selling here, yes. We have a few questions that we'd like to. I'm sorry, but I simply don't have time to chat. If you haven't noticed, we have our hands full at the moment. We must carry all our wares and equipment to safety before those accursed beasts return. In that case, might we be of assistance? Perhaps we could speak when the job is done. Very well. You can start by helping us move our equipment. Ask the others what to put where. And you can carry our fabrics. Go through that door and speak with Kamala. She'll tell you the rest. Remember, these textiles are our livelihood. Handle them with care.
Go and speak with Kamala.
This area is for employees only. Out, out. What's that? You've come to help? Oh, praise be to Mindurava. Kind stranger, I welcome your assistance. On your way here, you passed 3 storehouses, yes. I'd like you to carry that small crate to Nabrifhal, by the storehouse near the hatchery. The crate of clothing is for Manuha. And that massive crate there goes to Zemira by the middle storehouse. Watch your back with that one. Those are all the crates we have ready. Once they've been delivered, consider your work here complete. You will have a limited time to complete the task. Should you fail, return to the starting location.
Okay. Pick up the light crate.
thread, is it? Then you've come to the right place. We thank you for your aid. If you have any crates of finished products such as carpets, clothing, and the like, pray bring them here to our primary storehouse. A crate full of clothing, is it? I can take that off your hands. Many thanks for the delivery.
Box moving quest, there's a ladder, you had to carry all of them over your head. I didn't even know that Lalafels like carried things around that way. I guess it makes a bit more sense, perhaps. Oh, you also carry this.
I say, you're quite the brawny one, aren't you? A good thing, that. Never know when you'll need to defend yourself in these unpredictable times. A crate full of fabrics, is it? Exactly what I was hoping to receive. Here, let me put that away for you.
I think getting an item, yeah.
You've carried all the crates to the storehouses, you say? And so quickly, too. Why, I've never seen anyone so strong. I and my associates will see to the rest, so please return to Janabaha and assure him our work is proceeding apace. To tell the truth, we're grateful for this distraction. Too many terrible happenings of late. But generous souls like yourself give me hope that we may emerge from this trial even stronger. I pray we meet again in more peaceful times.
Okay. Oh, there's a sightseeing there. So we get there by... There we go.
Done as I asked, have you? If Kamala is satisfied with your work, then so am I. You have done us a great favor, traveler. I, too, have delivered the instruments and apparatus entrusted to me. You both have my thanks. With our wares safely stored away, we'll not lose any more to those fiends. I take it that your establishment did not escape the attack unscathed? We did not. Thankfully, most of our workers had already left for the day. But those of us still here saw it all. We looked to the burning skies in confusion, and then, before we could even begin to make sense of it, a hideous creature burst through the doors, shrieking. We ran for our lives, but one of my colleagues was not so fortunate. He cried out, a scream of such agony, such terror, and in the next instant, he, too, sprouted fearsome claws. The sight of it caused another fellow to panic, and then he, too, transformed. I'm sorry. There was something you wanted to ask? Indeed. You knew the merchant Council, did you not? I believe he had some dealings with your establishment. Council? I know him well. We'd arranged for his consortium to deliver a large shipment of fabrics, but in the end, we received a better offer, and had to turn him down. I understand his business is struggling, but so is ours. Another of our most reliable trading partners agreed to transport the goods for a much smaller commission, and we'd have been fools to refuse. I felt terrible for withdrawing the offer, but you must understand, we simply had no choice. He tried to put on a brave face when I delivered the news, but his dejection and despair were plain as day. He said he'd discuss it with his associates, but I could tell he'd all but given up hope. Dejection and despair.
Perhaps that's the trigger.
You remember what we saw in Vanispati? Yes. Soldiers and jungle dwellers pushed to the very brink, turning into beasts one after the next. It would seem the same phenomenon occurred here. The poor craftsmen attacked by the fiends, as well as those that witnessed it, all undergoing the change. I suspect that everything began with Kaltzel. By all accounts, it was he who suffered from the most profound and piercing despair. Wait. Could that be it? That such intense emotions were what triggered his transformation? Much remains unclear, but I believe we are drawing closer to an answer. At any rate, we must discuss our findings with the others.
So emotions, especially despair, I guess, is what triggers the information? As far as what Graha assumes. Beyond the depths of despair.
We were to reconvene with the others in front of Meghatuta, were we not? That should be just outside. With any luck, they will have already returned from their own investigations. My friend, we must take our leave. I pray that your establishment is spared further tragedy. But remember, your lives are far more precious than any wares. If you are ordered to flee, do so without hesitation. Indeed. I thank you for your concern, and pray you too take care as well.
Okay. Okay, there's Stola Thancred and a bunch of other people. That's almost certainly a voice cutscene.
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances. Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
So the merchant Karzal was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients. With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors. Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings. Why remains to be seen, but there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not. Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference.
If I may, there was another detail that troubled me.
Oh?
We have it on good authority that Karl Zahl's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
Oh, that...
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized. It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast. Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Look! It's the Satrap! The Satrap!
Thank the heavens.
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe. While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Balaka's stand? My grandson was bound for there yesterday, and I worry for his life.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share...
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
You are?
I'm Matsya of Akyali, a humble fisherman.
Oh, him.
Ah, I remember you from our first visit.
Wait, you're... But no, that can wait. When the skies turned red, I set off for Balaka's stand, fearing for the safety of a friend. But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
She's gonna fall into despair and
God
transform.
have mercy!
Is he?
Your Excellency! Save my grandson, I beg of you!
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb! What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, stick their fangs into him? The fangs! The screams!
Get away from her, now!
And more of them is transforming. Shit.
Damn it! We've got to kill them before it spreads.
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
Run! As fast as you can!
Ah! 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 No! Ah!
Oh. Shit. Soundtrack man's gonna die.
Vitra, our people, you must save them.
Yep, he's dead. Oh shit.
My son,
Enough! You must run. For their sake and your own. Yes, you will survive. You must.
It is possible to stop the transformation if you're fast enough. About to do something.
Be strong, my friends! Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations! Brave men and women of the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape. The rest of you, flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground. Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
Alphino! Alice! Leave the city to us, and make for Palaka's stand at once! Matsya, show my friends to the village! I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest!
Right! Go with them, will you? We will save these people, as many as we can.
Well, I was kind of expecting Graham to basically start casting a big spell or something. But it's not. Well, guess we're not getting the Aetherite in there yet. But now we have access to the second half, it seems. Like a stand.
We must save Palaka's stand whatever it takes. Matsya, it pains me to put you into harm's way, but I would ask your aid as well. Of course. Palaka's stand is not far, just down that hill. But as I told His Excellency before, the path was blocked by terrible creatures. I had no choice but to turn back. In that case, this is what we shall do. Shauna, I ask that you take the lead and dispatch any beasts you encounter.
Sure.
Alizé and I will keep Matsuya hidden amidst the trees, and follow when the path is clear.
Sounds like a plan.
There is no telling what dangers await us. Keep your eyes peeled.
Also, apparently I ended up in instance 2 of that Nair. I guess there's a lot of people here right now. Don't really know why. That's where the room to activate that. Intend to use Bloodbath there. That's smart. It's basically Unveiled Gibbet and Grim Swath basically turn into those. Speak with Alizé.
It cannot be. We must heal those we can, and quickly. I see no beasts, but stay on your guard.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and see, can I... Yep. We'll just do this, just to be sure that that's done.
The villager has no pulse, nor do they appear to be breathing. The cooling body has already begun to stiffen. The massive wounds suggest the villager was gored by a terrible beast.
It's there, maybe... Basically still a circle around here, so... There they are.
Though the villager's injuries do not appear to be life-threatening, he does not respond to your efforts. His breathing grows more ragged and shallow, and his vacant eyes are those of a man who has lost the will to live.
Thanks to the raid, Fabo, and welcome everyone from Fabo's stream. Yeah, we are currently just playing some Final Fantasy XIV, currently doing the Endwalker MSQ. We're about like halfway-ish through it, I think. Are you winning, son? I mean, currently the situation is...
Even if I wake, the nightmare goes on. No. Leave me to sleep. You call out, but the man does not respond.
We are doing fine, but yeah, the situation isn't exactly great. Basically, monsters beasts are spawning around the place, and yeah, the sky is raining fire. What crystal is that? That is an aetherite. Basically use that to teleport. Like to different locations. Essentially just fast travel.
Have you come to help us? Too late, too late. My family, my friends.
Okay, find Alphino.
Are these the only villagers who survived? I can only hope others managed to flee. But if the rest have been turned to beasts by the 12, let us do what we can to see that the damage spreads no further. And no matter what comes, we must keep our spirits high, lest we ourselves suffer a similar fate.
I thought it was one of the more crystals like the old game. To learn there is nothing between the new and old games. I mean, that's not 100% true, but like there's a lot of references from the from all of the older Final Fantasy games in Final Fantasy XIV. But they don't always like match up exactly the same way. One example is, I'm forgetting which one it is, but one of the Final Fantasy games there are connections, not like connections in the normal sense, but it's more like references. So for example, in one of the older Final Fantasy games, I don't really remember which one, there is something called the Crystal Tower, which is apparently a whole thing. There's a Crystal Tower in Final Fantasy XIV as well. Pretty early on, all things considered in the story. And basically it's a lot of references, so the game uses a lot of characters and locations and also music, like a lot of things in the game where it's like references to the older things. One example is in the what's known as the Omega raids, there is an entire tier of that raid that is basically all references to Final Fantasy 16 or 16. What am I saying? Final Fantasy 6. Like one of the bosses you literally fight against is Kefka. That is the final boss of that like tier of that raid. So yeah. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about the shout out thing. Hollow Knight, ooh, nice. Still haven't gotten around to actually playing that yet. But yeah, it's not something that you necessarily need to know, the whole like references. But I guess to an extent they do, I don't know, flesh things out a bit, because then you're like, oh, I know what that thing is, that's from that game and that has that connection, but they aren't necessarily connected in the same way. Just completed and kind of disappointed in the end, but need to make the challenge. Make the challenge available at Okay, let's see. Maybe do one more quest really quickly. Sure, let's do that. That we might live.
I can tend to the rest. Pray look after Matsya. No doubt what we have seen here weighs even heavier on his heart than ours.
Okay.
Oh, Shauna. Shauna. This is Yurave, the elder here. He is hurt, but, praise be to the sisters, he still lives. Young Matsya here has told me everything. I have not the words to express my gratitude for your aid. When the heavens began to burn, we were afraid, but did our best to carry on as we always have done. Until today, when those unholy beasts came pouring into our village, a flood of midnight and death. There are no words to describe what followed. Men and women I have known since they were babes struck down by the creatures, only to rise again to join the murderous horde, in the guise of those same hideous fiends.
That's one hell of an elephant, yep. I believe we have actually also met some of them at an earlier point in the game, where they were actually enemies. And they're technically the same race, but they're from like 2 different tribes or something like that.
In the chaos, a handful of our villagers fled for their lives. I can only hope they have found their way to safety. Matsya, do you perchance remember Karasaf and Mervin? The young couple who always bought your freshest catches. How could I forget, Elder? When I first came to peddle my wares, desperate to eke out a living, they showed me such kindness. Others shunned me as an outsider, as is their way. But Karasaf and Mervin bought my fish, and sung its praises. They turned my fortunes around. Alas, I fear they are in terrible danger. I saw them running towards Agama Temple, one of those beasts in close pursuit. They had their child, still but a tiny babe. To elude these fiends while caring for one so young is an impossible task, surely. I beg of you, go to their aid.
I wouldn't be surprised that they're dead.
I want to help them. Yet I am but a fisherman, I cannot face beasts on my own. Will you come with me?
Sure.
Oh, thank you. Agama Temple lies to the west of here. We must hurry.
So, I feel like there's an okay chance that they might be dead. Not saying that I hope that they're dead, I'm just saying that there's a decent chance that they might be dead at this point. Okay, so just over there. Oh, there's another current. Might as well grab that while we're here. We have in this area actually. Only 4 of them.
The temple is just ahead. It was built by those who worship Saint Agama, but has sadly fallen into disrepair in recent years. If my friends made it this far, no doubt they are hiding somewhere amidst the ruins. No, please. Stay ba, Enig, Gaia. That was Karasaf. Oh, no, this is not good.
You're not coming with.
Yes, I understand. The cry came from the ruins. You must hurry.
Okay, so either someone just died or they got turned. They got turned. It seems. Actually, he died at. Okay, I think I know what happened. His wife and the child probably got turned. Target there. Am I correct? Was that his wife and child?
The man lies motionless on the ground, bearing a grievous wound. I'm sorry, Shauna. I tried to stay behind, but I couldn't. It cannot be. Is someone, anyone? My arms, so heavy. And my legs. I cannot feel my legs. My wife, fled with our daughter. I need to find them, need to be with them.
Okay, so it's probably not them.
I need. Karasaf.
Oh no.
No, Karasaf, you must stay strong. More time. I thought I had. I don't want to die.
Speak with him. I think drying his tears is not gonna work. Wait, what?
Thank you. Please, find them. Mervyn still lives. And she has their child. We must search the jungle between here and Palaka's stand. There is nowhere else she could have gone. I think. Forgive me, Karasaf. Once we have saved your wife and child, we will return and lay you to rest.
So, survey the area over here.
You see no tracks or other signs of recent travel. Mervyn and the child must be elsewhere.
Guessing that this music that's currently playing is probably unique to current situation. Let's get that. Go. It's not tagging me anymore. Might as well just kill this thing. Oh, okay. If I lose the shroud, I basically can't use that anymore. Oh.
If Mervyn and her daughter came through this area recently, you see no evidence of their passage.
Exit the town.
Did you see any sign of them? I found nothing. Perhaps the beasts have chased them farther from the village. Oh, gods above, I beseech you. Pray deliver Mervyn and her little one to safety.
Cutscene, yep. The voice cutscene. Meanwhile, in the skies above Thepnir. Oh, that's probably the name we're seeing. Yep. And getting what the dragon's name is right now.
No more enemies to trouble us here.
Yeah, I've got all the text advanced.
It's me. How fare you below? Understood. I will inform Vritra.
That's what it was. It's called.
Chaos and panic sweep Raz Khan, and many more have succumbed to the transformations. Amidst the fray, Ahawan fell, protecting a grief-stricken father. My friends fight alongside your Radiant host to secure the capital. Beasts have been sighted in Palakistan as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there. Of small solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation. As my companions tell it,
so it is the very fear and despair in their hearts which inflict this abhorrent punishment upon them. A nightmare from which my children will never awake. O capricious and cruel fate, they are undeserving of such condemnation.
will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion? Raz Khan is leaderless. Before he passed, Ahawan sought to reveal the truth to his people, honor his wishes.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man. These claws could reduce thee to shreds with a touch. These jaws crush thy bones to dust. Only through my proxy could I walk with my children. Without him, I am a bringer of fear. No different from the beasts which beleaguer them.
Perhaps so. Only in death were Hraesvelgr and Shiva united. Indeed, whenever man and dragon have come together, death has ever been the inevitable result. It was our fear of your kind that sparked a nigh-endless war. Fear and hate of which Nidhogg drank deep as he laid waste to my homeland. And in turn, I took my revenge on his brood. Blood for blood, pain for pain. I thought nothing of theirs, only of mine. And yet, were the chasm between us too vast and too deep, Hraesvelgr would not have borne Isael to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes, and the Dragonsong War would still rage on. And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned. I cannot speak for Ahawan's greater goals, yet I know that he served you, served your people, long and true. In this time of unprecedented crisis, he turned to you. You could do worse than to place your trust in him. It will not be easy, but the future of Raz Khan hangs in the balance. We have company. The hour has come, Vritra! It's all or nothing!
Okay. That quest is over. Okay. Let me actually quickly check something, because I need to make sure that I don't end up late for this thing, because my... see, that's in around 2.5 hours that happens. Basically, my free company, aka Guild or FC, is doing a sort of event here today. So, yeah, that apparently has like 8. I think that's server time. Maybe so that's in like 4 hours in terms of that. Still, I kind of want to maybe end the stream now because I haven't. It's been 5 hours. I haven't eaten anything since breakfast, which was like a small bowl of oatmeal, so I'm kind of hungry. Plus, I usually only stream for like 5 hours on Saturdays after all, so yeah. So, something to eat, Avatar. I will. Yeah. Guess I'll quickly. That's maybe lower the background music a little bit. And let's see if I can find someone to host, perhaps. Indians, yep. Time for some dinner. Let's see here. Who I follow is currently streaming over on Twitch. I only have 4 people that I actually follow that are currently streaming. Perhaps you? Only you've been streaming 4 actually. Just want to check that. Only 5 minutes. Okay. Well, I know who we are rating then. We're gonna rate Enginite. She is currently playing some Tower of Fantasy. So, yeah, might as well just rate her, I guess. Alright, so that is ready. Alright, so let's see here. Next stream is most likely gonna be on Monday. Thanks for streaming, you're welcome. And thank you everyone for dropping by and watching. And also thank you Fireball for the raid and host. But yeah, the plan right now is at least that Monday is gonna be the next stream. Gonna be some more Final Fantasy basically. Just yeah, more MSQ basically. I don't know yet if I'm going to do this, but I have been considering maybe doing a, I don't know, more, I guess you could call it relaxed stream tomorrow, but I don't know if I'm gonna do that or not. If I were to do it, it would basically just be me trying to get what is that called? The Moogle tomestones for the current Moogle event, or getting and maybe also getting more series XP so I can get a higher series level for PvP. But I don't know if I want to do that or not. I guess I'll try and figure that out tomorrow, and if I feel like it, I'll maybe do a stream. I don't really know yet. Guess we'll see. But yeah, currently the plan is at least stream Monday, more Final Fantasy. Possibly stream Tuesday with more Stardew Valley with Enginite, Cryptid, and Jonas. I don't know if it's gonna happen or not, but I guess we'll see. If I'm getting stones tomorrow, you'll join in. Alright. I do know that one of my friends, basically Chun, has apparently been planning on maybe this weekend trying to get the series level up, his series level up to 25. Just be on the safe side that he actually gets the rewards from it. But I could maybe also convince him to join. Well, the problem is just that he doesn't have blue mage, so he can't really participate in a full blue mage raid or run of Ornvale, since that is the fastest way for easily getting tomestones apparently. Yeah. And then maybe there's gonna be a stream on Wednesday. I don't really know that about that yet. Don't have blue mage either. I mean, to be honest, getting a blue mage ready for an Ornvale run is actually relatively fast. Essentially, you just need to be like high enough level to do Ornvale, and then technically you can get most of the other spells that are usually seen as required relatively easy. Like, you don't even need to be higher than... what level is that again? What level is Ornvale again? Apparently 47. Apparently as long as you're like 49 or above, it's basically simple enough. They're kind of saving the blue mage stuff fair. Like, if I remember correctly, the only stuff you need as blue mage, I can actually quickly switch over to this scene again. So that's the wrong one actually. There it is. I believe for blue mage, all you need is like to basically do the run correctly. Is you need Ram's Voice, also Vibration. You get this one from Cutter's Cry, or you can get that from Cutter's Cry, or you can get it from the Relic Report Chimera. Basically, just any Chimera enemies can kind of give that. Also Vibration, you get that in the southern part of the peaks, I think it's called. Basically, the second area of what is that called again? The second part of Girabania. Lemon Job are kind of story focused and kind of full-on side content, right? Yeah. Basically, there's a storyline that follows it, but it's kind of like the same as with normal class quests. Essentially, all the quests are, or most of the quests are basically just go get a spell in order to get the next quest and get to the right level, and you just keep doing that. So it's relatively simple. I think, for example, one of the first few quests basically sends you into Temterra Deepcroft in order to get where's that spell again? Why can I not find that spell? Where is that spell? Where is Mind Blast? I believe it's called Mind Blast at least. Why can I not find that one? I was almost certain that it was going to be on one of the first few pages. Maybe I'm just... Ah, there it is, Mind Blast. Basically get that one from Temterra. Essentially just go in, get the spell, and out again. And yeah, it's basically just very simple quests you do. The biggest piece of content from the from Blue Mage is basically just, I guess, the Blue Mage log, which you unlock after getting to a certain point, which is basically just do a bunch of dungeons in A Realm Reborn, Heavensward, and Stormblood. With a full party of Blue Mages, you get some rewards from doing that. There's also the trials from the different ones, and also some raids. And yeah, it's pretty simple, honestly. And then there's the Mass Carnival, which is essentially just like puzzle battles in a way. You can kind of see them as that, at least. It's basically just fights that you do where there's usually a sort of certain amount of spells that you should have with you for each specific fight, and there's certain mechanics that you need to look out for. And then once you get basically unlocked as well, you also have like weekly targets where it's just C rank, just to complete that specific fight. B rank, it has like one criteria in order to get the bonus for that week, which in case of slow and steady is just completed before a certain time, which is indicated for the specific challenge. And the A rank basically has like several things. So for example, Too Fast Too Furious, completed very quickly. I think actually maybe this one is that you can't use sprints. A Walk in the Park could also be that one. And then there's Master of Lightning, which basically is just you can only use lightning spells or spells that are attuned to lightning. So basically just these spells in case of the ones that I have. But basically just stuff like that. It's fun enough, but Chun Chun doesn't really want to do Blue Mage because he thinks that it's not worth his time, I guess, or something like that. Because, yeah, I don't know. He doesn't like the fact that you can't use it for like actual current content. Fair, but it is some content that I feel like is kind of fun to do. But honestly, the entire process of leveling is something you can speed up extremely fast. I think you can basically reach max level on Blue Mage in like, I think it's maybe around 2 hours. Basically, you just go to Norrund, specifically Colusia, to the southern sort of beach, or southeast beach of Colusia. Basically, essentially the beach that's like just south of the first time you get to there, Still Tide I think it's called. The Blue Mage just needs to have learned Flying Sardine, which is a pretty easy spell to learn. And then you just make it so that you're not in a group. Basically, the Blue Mage uses Flying Sardine on an enemy, just any enemy basically, and then the other person that is not in the group just kills the enemy before it kills the Blue Mage, and yeah, that's basically it. So instead you can grind the stones using custom party, or have I missed something? You can. As far as I know, if you're doing, you can basically do it with less people than 4. If you're doing like dungeons, all you need to do is just, if you're doing a unrestricted party, which basically means that your level sync, and item sync is not turned on. You can have that on, but then you also need to make sure that you do level sync in order to do it. But it is basically possible to do it with like custom parties essentially. It's just you need to make sure that you have unrestricted party and level sync turned on, otherwise it will not count. So you can't just go in with like a party of just like level 90s, because that doesn't work. At least unless you do the level sync. Raiding streamer who is Dansk came in with Fabo's raid, but was eating their... Welcome Danish Dice to the stream. We're actually about to raid another Danish VTuber. I've just been talking for way too long, because I sometimes do that at the end of the stream, because then we suddenly end up talking about something else. But yeah. As I was saying before, good to know. I was basically going trial with all warrior tanks. You can basically do that. You just need to make sure that you're like level synced, and then it should work. As far as I know, I haven't tested it yet, but it is technically possible to just like duo or like have a group of 2 or 3 people even like those trials, or for basically farming the Google Tombstones. Technically, you could even ask Blue Mage maybe solo it, because as Blue Mage you can solo a lot of things. It's just, it's gonna take a while to basically do unless you have the right spells, in which case it can technically go pretty fast, because I believe the 2 first bosses in Ornvale are basically able to be affected by Missile, which is an attack that basically goes, oh, the current amount of health that the enemy has, yeah, let's just have that. So you can basically reduce an enemy's health down to like, what is that, 12.5% in like 3 casts, technically. So that's pretty powerful. The last boss you do need to like kill in the normal way, but still, it is possible, but it's gonna be more on the longer side of things. It's gonna be slow. At least compared to if you were just going in with like a tank and 3 blue mages, or just 4 blue mages, which is technically possible also. Apparently that's actually supposed to be faster. But yeah. I guess that's enough talking for now. So yeah, should be back Monday, maybe stream tomorrow. I still don't fully know yet, and yeah, hopefully there's gonna be the collab with the Angenite Cryptid Jonas on Tuesday with some Stardew Valley, but don't fully know that yet. So yeah. I guess just thank you everyone for dropping by and watching the stream. And thanks again, Fabo, for the raid. So, yeah. Guess until next time, everyone. I'll see ya.